Great one.
Started boxing at 5 years old, and here he is 15 years later as a co-main event on a big card on ESPN. Right after our ESPN Plus card, we invite you to move over to ESPN at around 10 after the UFC show, and then for the interviews, we'll wait for you right here on ESPN Plus for the state of boxing.
Porrozo has to continue to not be discouraged, continue to throw, not really heed the punches of Carrington, and just focus on getting his through. That's the best opportunity he can put himself in to try to win. He's not going to go punch for punch and skill for skill. But his lane, the best chance that he has to win is just keep throwing.
Porrozo's a fighter with 6 losses in his professional career. He goes up and down in weight. He was stopped by Raymond Murataya. He also lost to both cousins, Henry Lebron, who just saw earlier tonight, and Orlando Gonzalez by decision. His first loss, though, was against former world champion Alberto Machado out of Puerto Rico. So, I mean, he's only been in against the toughest fighters and the up-and-comers, as you see the right hook from Shushu Carrington with a right hook.
Good sequence right there from Carrington. Jabs to the head, pushes Porrozo back to get some space, then he jabs him to the body. Now you're seeing another style being employed right now, which is bully style. It's not quite walking Porrozo down, but he's starting to do that. Starting to bully him and say, you may be the bigger man, but you're not the stronger man, and I'm gonna hit you at will.
Yeah, that's a nice liver shot there from Shushu Carrington, who's fighting for the 8th time in 20 months as a pro. So he's moving quickly, and they are bringing up his level of competition, as Luis Porrozo is no slouch. But he's making him leery of throwing the punches here in round 3 of the scheduled 8-rounder.
But he can't afford to be leery, Porrozo. He's got to keep throwing. He's got to keep throwing because he's getting hit when he doesn't throw. So he might as well throw, get hit, and then throw again.
You can say that. I can't say that because you've done it. If I say it, it sounds self-serving.
Yeah.
Like, man, what you talking about? You've never been in there. If you say it, there's some credence to that. Right uppercut there from Shushu.
Needs to get off right there. Don't let Carrington have a beautiful combination with no pressure. Put some pressure by throwing after he throws.
3 rounds in the books for Shushu Carrington and Luis Porrozo, as once again Kay Karoma with the instructions in that corner as Mike Basil puts in the work on the eyes.
When you're breathing, okay. We're overdoing certain things, but this man's very simple. You see him with the air muscle on. What do we do when he got the air muscle on? Everybody's yelling body, son. Now look, when you got him in center, why you ain't bumping him? Bump him. His legs aren't sturdy. You sitting there letting him grab you, that's why. Bump him. And then you get what you want. Come on, believe in it. Push yourself. Come on.
That's how you shoot it when you shoot. Then your combination stuff too. When you're in the pocket, you just...
Good exchanges from Bruce Carrington, just walking down Porrozo. Beautiful shot right there. It's just a natural right hook that we've seen Carrington use in the past. He waited to the right opportunity, wasted 2 punches right there, didn't really want to land it. That's the punch he actually wanted to land upstairs. He caused Porrozo's attention to go to the body because he threw that hook, but that's really the ending shot. That's the finishing shot that Carrington really wanted.
Dre, when we go to a corner and I hear a conversation where the fighter is engaged with the trainer, like, look, he's got his earmuffs off. What do we do? Body. I love it when there's that connection between the two, because you're not just yelling at a fighter, you're actually having a conversation and you're showing him and leading him to see what you're seeing.
Right, and it lets you know that the fighter, if he's talking back, that he's calm and that he's very present and he's in the moment.
The corner of Porrozo, they're saying he wants the box. I need you to rough it up, get inside, but then you risk getting clipped with the uppercut like Carrington just landed, although Porrozo finally was able to get a couple shots in.
That's where Pedroso wants to live. Dangerous spot, but so is being mid-range or outside. There's really no safe spot with Bruce Carrington, so put yourself in the best position, let your hands go. Right there, he should have let a shot go. Just like that.
Ooh, and that's exactly what Kei Kuroma asked for. Why aren't you bumping him when you're on the inside, creating that space and setting up that range for your uppercut to land with power? Bump and punch.
Carrington is dangerous when he feels like he's got his fighter. Ooh, on the way, hurt and reeling. Punch selection is excellent. Power is excellent. Accuracy is excellent. That's probably a good idea if you're not going to punch in your Pedroso, is to hold on, buy some time.
Pedroso right now looks lost.
Well, he's being outskilled. He's been hurt. And he realizes that his size, good shot from Carrington.
And that was a left uppercut, Dre, the first time he lands that shot.
Pedroso's realizing that the size differential is not having any effect on Carrington. He could care less.
Now bleeding from the mouth is Pedroso, who now takes another right uppercut from Shushu, and it's becoming target practice, going downstairs and upstairs now.
Well-placed shots. He sees it. Carrington, he lets the shot go, and it typically lands flush. Good sneaky right hand right there. But that's what Pedroso has to do. He's got to throw when Carrington throws or right after Carrington throws.
Pedroso landed a nice counter, but it was Carrington with a damaging left uppercut once again. When talking to Josh Taylor in the lead up to this fight, which is our main event, Teofimo Lopez did hold his words in his assessment of Josh Taylor.
There's no plan A, plan B, no. The way we work is just adapting. You know, all the technical parts of Taylor, you know, he has the accolades. You got to respect that. Very true, very true. And that's why I've been working hard and busting my butt. I like to go after these challenges. Look, all these other fighters out there right now, they're not facing no one like Taylor. They're fighting come-ups. They're fighting things to build their records. I'm someone that's old school, you know? Blood, sweat, and tears. Sugar Ray Robinson. That's really what it comes to.
What mistakes do you see in Josh Taylor when you watch him fight?
There's a lot. There's a lot of mistakes. I mean, hey, all the fighters he has faced, a lot of them are just very easy to manipulate on and adapt to. So there's a style that he knows, that he works on, that he does, that has worked for him for a long time. And even if they was to change it right now, it's too late, because when you go in the ring, he's going to go right back to that main base.
Bethia with an interview on the Teofimo Lopez side for that great show, and it was Gareth Davies with Josh Taylor as Luis Pedroso got looked at by the doctors. Now they are going back to their respective spots, and referee Sean Clark says, show me something as we come out for round number 5 of a scheduled 8-rounder. Shushu Carrington looking spectacular so far against 32-year-old Luis Pedroso. Carrington with the stick trying to open up the defense of Pedroso. Shushu, a very popular fighter amongst the locals here in New York, representing Brownsville, Brooklyn.
Well, he not only can fight, he's got charisma.
You know, some guys pay for media training, Dre. This young man has been on YouTube since he was 6, 7 years old. And you can tell when you speak with him, he's just very poised, knows what he wants, newly engaged to his high school sweetheart, Zara James. And you see a guy who's wiry like Carrington, and fighters might underestimate just how strong he is.
Well, if they're watching any of his fights, they shouldn't do that. And they should realize that it's not about bulk. What does he do in the ring? How does he move his opponents? What kind of power does he have? And he's shown that he's plenty strong, and he will even get stronger.
Nice right hand there from Carrington, but also trying to go to the body. Nice left hook from Poroso. Good feint and then landed left.
He only landed it because he threw it.
What is it Jordan said? You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Poroso had been missing 100% of the shots he didn't take.
Carrington's shoulder right hand tried to get one over on Poroso and land a hook, but it just didn't land.
Pace slowing down a little bit here in round number 5. Poroso not willing to throw, and Shushu looking for the openings. Creates a double right.
And Poroso's durable, and he's a veteran, and he knows how to survive. And sometimes it's difficult to get a veteran guy out of there. Poroso's got 6 losses. And you see Carrington trying to think his way through this period of the fight.
When we talk about uppercuts, Dre, a lot of times it's the right uppercut. Shushu tonight has been effective with both the right and the left uppercut. Why is that?
Yes, he has. He's shown great arsenal tonight, great punch selection, but the uppercuts are beautiful because he's right in the wheelhouse, and he can be hit, but he's doing all the hitting by taking half-step backs and ripping those right uppercuts, those left uppercuts like you see right there. It's a beautiful shot when you notice your opponent is leaning over their feet, and you just create just enough space to get that kind of shot off. Uppercuts hurt, and that's one of the easiest punches to hurt an opponent with because they just don't see it coming.
Shushu not even breathing hard so far here after 5 rounds in the books. The other thing about an uppercut is the intimacy.
Well, he looks a little bored too.
Yeah.
I mean, he's only not, he just looks a little bored.
Roll his eyes
Look
in the
a little
corner.
bored.
But that could be dangerous for a young fighter.
I think he's good. I think if anything, he's probably just trying to think his way, like I said in the last round, through this moment. You know, when you're young, you're very presumptuous. You assume, hey, I land these kind of shots, you should go. Well, right now, Poroso's not going anywhere, and Carrington got some work in front of him.
Ooh, that was a nice short left hook from Carrington as Poroso tried to commit with the right hand.
Carrington trying different things. He's trying to change the level. He's going up and down with his legs. Then you see him kind of point with his left hand down to try to get Poroso to look there so he can counter. He's trying to do different things right now to get the right shot through on Poroso.
And you saw that exaggerated reaction from Poroso on the feint of Carrington. So he's got him flinching.
Yes, he does. And if I'm Carrington, I go back to that good exchange right there. Good punches landed from Poroso. But if I'm Carrington, I go back to that to see if I can get Poroso to react again to try to get him to try to land a clean shot.
Absolutely. Poroso's tough. Takes a shot to the body there from Carrington, though.
Guys like Poroso won't lay down. You got to help him. You got to help him out the door. But it's not going to be easy.
Poroso's been match tough throughout his career, so nothing given, everything earned. Tonight he's earning his paycheck against Shushu Carrington. There's Poroso working to the body as his corner wants him to do, and lands a shot to the temple of
nice little
Carrington.
Shot right there.
Those could be
Poroso.
dangerous.
Yes, they can.
And it may be what you were saying, Dre, a little bit of, you know, just being bored in there, and those are the little mistakes that Kei Koroma was alluding to that can cost you.
I think Carrington needs to take some power off of the punches. The majority of the punches that he's throwing, they're hard. And Poroso's time that. He feels that you're going to throw hard. So for the most part, he can evade the punch or brace for it. Carrington needs to pick up his punches, different cadences, different speeds, and then come back to the power.
Break.
But he's a very accurate puncher, a very economical puncher, Carrington is, and he doesn't like to throw unless he believes he can land. Well, Poroso has picked up on that as well. That's a different cadence right there. That's what he needs to continue to do.
Punch variety, mixing it up, many ways to say it. And that set up a nice body shot from Carrington on Poroso. That left hook to the solar plexus. Luis Poroso breathing from the mouth heavily as Shushu comes back to his corner to receive instructions from Kei Karoma.
Good. Two things. Start swiping the guard. Pull the guard down. Every time you get that room, you take it away because you get carried away with the wide shot. Shorten your shots up a bit and you're going to get what you want. Because while you have them here, and you start going wide with it, okay? No, just shorten them up. When you got that body, see how you're going to the body? Shorten it. Boom, boom, double it. And then step around. That's all you got to do. Then he won't lean on you. Come on, man. That's because of arm.
Double up two hooks, double up the right hand.
Stay here.
Break the guard.
Not there. He's swearing up too much. That's why he's grabbing you. Come on. Okay, shoulder first. Yes, shoulder here. You won't get it.
We just saw what the rest of the night holds for us. Damian Kaneba, the undefeated Polish heavyweight, up next. Then Omar Rosario against Giancarlo Rivera. A fight that promises a little extra spice as two Puerto Ricans face off on Puerto Rican Day weekend here in New York City. Round 7 of a scheduled 8-rounder between Shushu Carrington and Luis Poroso, who's fighting for the 11th time in the United States. Good conversation with Kei Karoma in the corner, asking Carrington to pull down the guard of Poroso to set up his overhead shots. There's that jab from Shushu.
I like these kind of fights for young fighters on the way up. Can't have early knockouts all the time. You can't make it on SportsCenter top 10 all the time and expect to be ready when you face top contenders and then ultimately other champions. You need to think through some stuff. You need to have a little bit of hardship. And I'm not saying Carrington has had much hardship tonight, but he's having to think through some stuff. He's landed some good shots, and Poroso's still here. This is good for the young career of Bruce Carrington.
Absolutely. When you get a fighter who can take your best shot and keep coming at you, that's something that then forces you to figure out different ways of doing it, and that's what Kei Karoma was alluding to in the corner, switching it up.
A big, deep breath that Carrington did. I need my young fighter to take those along his journey. He's got to have those moments.
You always talk about that, Dre. That's one of your biggest sayings is like, what's he going to do when he has to take a deep breath? And
yes.
we just saw him take a deep breath.
Or when something's not working, like you see here, Poroso's got a good, veteran, crafty defense. He's not super polished, but he's been around the game long enough to protect himself and to make things difficult.
Good job by Sean Clark tonight as well. Nice left to the body and then left uppercut.
That we deem difficult or not easy, but yet still dominate and still learn and ultimately still win in the process.
That's a nice check left hook as Carrington was countering and now he's digging downstairs.
Yes, I like the whole combination, the sequence, and the punch selection from Bruce Carrington.
You talk about steps in the right direction. That's exactly what we're seeing from Shushu Carrington here in the 7th round as he connects on a nice right hand. And if you're excited by this fight, wait until you see what we have in store for you in the month of July.
On Saturday, July 1st, it's the Ohio homecoming for heavyweight Jared Anderson. With all 14 wins by knockout, he steps up against an undefeated rival. On July 22nd, the return of recent undisputed champ George Kambosos, facing Maxie Hughes in the title eliminator. On Tuesday morning, July 25th on ESPN+, Naoya Inoue, who many list as the #1 fighter in the world, goes up in weight to take on Stephen Fulton, the impressive unified champ. Cool Boy Steph defending his 2 belts against the Monster. And on Friday night, July 28th, Superbad puts on the cape. The sensational Sinisa Estrada
being patient, but yet taking advantage of opportunities and letting his hands go. He's landed good shots, and he hasn't gotten beyond himself and gotten too wild because Poroso's crafty enough to counter. He's doing what he's supposed to do. He's thinking through. He's trying different things round in and round out. Some rounds are better than others, but he's been in control the whole time. Poroso is just being the old veteran that he is. I think the poise and the patience is my biggest takeaway from Carrington in this fight.
That's what you want to hear about a fighter in his 8th professional fight. You want to hear poise, patience, but you want to see this type of action, digging downstairs to the body, creating openings to the head.
But I like it because there's going to be some nights where this is all you're going to get for 12 rounds, not just 8 when he steps up to championship round. And the crowd may boo, they may be displeased, but on to the next assignment. Though Carrington is stepping it up right here and is putting himself in a position to hurt Poroso and possibly get a knockout.
Yeah, Sean Clark already said, show me something. So Luis Poroso is going to at least have to let his hands go because the referee is intent. His eyes are focused on the reactions from Luis Poroso here with a minute left.
Carrington has his eyes fixed to the body of Poroso, but he really wants the shot to the head. He's trying to look Poroso off.
Show me something.
Ref looks like he's looking to stop.
Yeah.
My break.
He's waiting for one punch and to just pounce. He's so close.
Gotta show me something.
That's the 3rd time this round, and there it is. A 2-punch combination with 43 seconds left, Dre. It's premature.
I'm not sure what that was about right there. Poroso hadn't shown anything that he hadn't shown throughout the fight. He's taken all the shots well. He may stumble back, but his facial expression didn't change. His eyes weren't, dilated or big. From what I saw, he seemed to be just fine, and the fight was almost over. I'm not sure what that was about.
Yeah, you got to give a fighter like Poroso, who is tough, the benefit of the doubt in terms of going the distance, because it's not like he was hurt and there was a shot that really shook him. There were clean shots, but he'd been taking clean shots the entire night.
Again, nothing had happened that hadn't happened earlier in the fight. A fighter like this, here you see the end right here, and the referee kind of tipped himself off because he kept saying, show me something. So half little shot right there. Good shot right there, 2-piece. I mean, you get hit with a 2-punch combination like that, you're going to stumble back, but I'm looking at the eyes of Poroso, and he blocked actually the left hook. He's fine enough to push the ref back and sort of argue with him. Is to finish on their feet, put on a good fight, and to go home with their held head high, and I think that was taken from him tonight.
Absolutely. I think a journeyman like Poroso, his whole stamp is to say, I went the distance with this guy.
I finished on my feet. And he earned that right because he endured a lot more punishment earlier in the fight than he did in that sequence. And he had his moments, some brief moments where he landed a few shots. He earned the right to finish on his feet.
It was a clear win from bell to bell for Bruce Carrington, but maybe just an early stoppage. Let's send it up now to Mark Chinook with the
Referee Sean Clark calls a stop to this bout at 2 minutes, 17 seconds of round number 8. For your winner by technical knockout, Bruce Shoo Shoo Carrington.
5th knockout win as a pro in 8 victories for Shoo Shoo Carrington. We're going to take a quick break, but when we return, it'll be a battle of heavyweights. The undefeated Polish Hussa, Damian Kaniba against Helaman Olgin.
The future is threatened.
Sending coordinates now.
By enemies often unseen. When there are battles to win for America's future, there is one constant. Marines.
Okay, guys. Target vault's ahead. He's confirmed inside.
This is impossible.
Get the key to her financials and personal data. Strike team, go!
Why is this key so hard to get? Your privacy secured.
On your birthday in New Orleans, strangers pin you with cash. Makes no sense, but neither does a Popeye's blackened chicken sandwich. No breading, all Cajun flavor. Happy
Has this happened to you? AT&T and Verizon rope you in with phone offers, then bind you to a 3-year device contract. Break free with T-Mobile. Gives new and existing customers the same great device deals, and you're upgrade ready in 2 years versus 3. Bring your phone to T-Mobile and get one of the latest 5G smartphones free. Hello? Yes, I'm free. And so are you. Rope jokes.
Break free with Go 5G Plus at T-Mobile.
It's not like the good old days.
It's not like the good,
It's not like the good old
days. Stop parroting everything. Instead, drink a Red Bull.
We're to the people!
Oh, well. Cage things.
Red Bull gives you wings.
It's magical. But a few times in my life I've seen things I can't explain.
Hang on! Give him hell, Indiana Jones!
Mixed with water and whatever dry.
Tonight's main event on ESPN features since Josh Taylor came from so far away, we've had some long distance face-offs between these separated, and then on the way in we brought in extra security just in case, because these two fighters were intent at getting one another. They were shooting daggers. Their eyes, if they could talk, it would say a lot more than his own words. But these guys do not like when we're inside the theater at Madison Square Garden, and it's sold out tonight to such an extent that they have broken the record for revenue for the Hulu, or what used to be the Hulu Theater, the theater at Madison Square Garden. Heavyweight action, Damian Kaniba against Helaman Olguin. We send it up to Mark Chanot.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the world's most famous arena, the theater here at Madison Square Garden. This is boxing. This is Bob Arum, brought to you this evening by Boost Mobile. Money is power. By AutoZone, get in the zone. By Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations. And by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. This John Basile, Alan Nace, and Robin Taylor. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Sade Murdoch. Introducing first, out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 256.8 pounds, wearing black trunks. He's coming by way of knockout from El Dorado, Culiacan, Sinaloa, Mexico, Helaman, the Dream Olguin. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at is perfect. 11 fights, 11 victories. 7 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Woodson, Poland, Damian, the Polish Hussar, Kniba.
Step up, babe. Step up. Anything right here, I'm gonna call it good. Anything right here, I'm gonna call it good. Careful with the back of the heads, gentlemen, all right? Remember what I told you in the dressing room. Obey the commands at all times, protect yourselves at all times. When I call for a break, give me a clean touch. Oh, let's go.
Damian Kniba coming off of back-to-back knockout wins. His opponent is coming off of a loss to Otto Wallin that he fought with a fractured left hand, but they call him the Dream for one reason. He weighed 256.8 pounds on Friday at our weigh-in. That is down from 368 pounds in 2 years. That is 110.2 pounds. The only person who dropped that much weight was Tim Bradley for his Hall of Fame induction.
It's a lot of math. There's a lot of numbers. Questions, can he fight?
Well, he's healthy for the first time in a long time, he says. And that could make a difference. The question is, can he take the power of Damian Kniba, who's got 7 knockout wins in 11 victories. I'm Bernardo Osuna, joined by Mark Kriegel ringside for this heavyweight 8-rounder.
It's not going to make that much difference, Bernardo. If Kniba uses what he has, it's longer than anybody, and that inch reach.
Yes, the only other fighters who have 85-inch reaches are the and Kniba looking to land that overhand right on the chin of Holguin. Nice counter right there from Holguin.
I think we've already seen more right hands from Kniba than we saw in the first half of last fight.
Stop. Good job.
They had to put Shada Murdoch in there. He's the only guy tall enough. Kniba stands at 6'7".
He wants to fashion himself into another Andrew Galata, become an attraction. Personally, I hope he has his sights head higher. Getting hit. Holguin.
Holguin says, look, I'm healthy. I don't have the conditioning issues that I've had in previous fights. He says, I'm kind of dumb. He says, I fought against Wallin with a broken hand. When you guys last saw me in the bubble, I had a torn biceps going in. I already had a surgery scheduled for that next Friday, but yet I took the payday.
Most guys do take the payday.
And here the right to the head after the left to the body from Holguin.
I wonder what a little skinny Holguin would look like. And I always have to get an obligatory Otto Wallin reference. But he fought Tyson Fury about as well as you can. And it seems like no one wants to fight him.
Yeah, Kniba with a nice counter right there as Kaliman Holguin got a little bit overzealous, but a close first round here inside the theater at MSG.
I need that jab, all right? How do you feel?
You see how long his arms are as they're outstretched over the ropes there. And Kniba with an 86-inch reach, followed by Antonio Mireles and Tyson Fury. Deontay Wilder at 83 inches and Anthony Joshua at 82. That's among the notable heavyweights of this era.
You're the boss of this house, the boss right now, right? He's going to make the mistake. Every single time he's going to jump in. So work off the jab. When you throw the jab, he's going to try to counter. You counter his counter. Easy, okay?
Sean George in the corner. This is his second camp with them, but the first time he actually works the corner, because last time out, Sean George was Zhile Zhang in London, pulling off the upset win. So this time he not only did the camp with Sean George, but he's in here giving the instructions. And there's actually a date announcement for the rematch for Zhile Zhang.
I think that guy's a really interesting fighter. I want to see him again. Guy from mainland China, trains in Patterson, New Jersey. I'm all for it, man.
He'll be taking on... Ooh, nice counter right there from Kaniba. It worked at the end of the last round, and it's working at the beginning here of round number 2. And now a left hook from Kaniba, and this is turning into a firefight.
I'd like to see if Kaniba has anything more he can do with that right hand, but shoot it straight. Be nice if he could stick it up and parry too, because he's getting hit with a lot of lefts.
And the right hand there from Holguin, who's letting his hands go.
Holguin's got nothing to lose and a whole lot to gain here.
Absolutely, he can take the unbeaten record of Damian Kaniba in his 12th professional fight.
He can also get a bunch more paydays.
He needs them. He had to close his gym that he opened after the pandemic, and now he owns a commercial cleaning business. So there's occasions where his days start at 4 a.m. in the gym, then he goes to work at 7, does a whole day's work, and finishes off with boxing in the gym in the evening. So he really wants to give this one last go.
Busier day than you.
Good shot to the body there from Dvorak. And see these feints, this is good work from Dvorak. Not rushing in, he's really trying to get Erceg jumping on something and move into him, and you can start finding those big power shots. And both guys still attacking the leg. I think they need to stay on that. If this goes to the third round, that will really pay off. Sorry, DC.
Yeah, for sure. And Dvorak's a really good grappler. But you can see that he does not want to play on the ground there with Erceg. That one was nasty because he kind of checked it, but his foot was just square and settled into the mat. Those stunning ones are the ones that really does damage you.
Yeah, then not loud. You just hear that kind of sound.
Chưa bao giờ lường trước hoặc mường tượng ra. Quá nhiều sự lặp lại khi nói đến tennis. Quá nhiều thứ xuất hiện trên sân. Phải tuân thủ kỷ luật mỗi ngày. Xây dựng tâm lý của nhà vô địch. Xây dựng bản thân thành kiểu người không thể bị đánh bại mà tôi hướng tới trên sân đấu. Tất cả bắt đầu từ phòng tập. Tôi chưa từng bỏ lỡ một buổi tập luyện chuyên môn hay một buổi tập thể lực, bởi đó còn là sự rèn luyện về tinh thần nữa. Khi tôi tập thể lực, tôi sẽ không bao giờ từ bỏ, bởi nếu tôi bỏ, điều đó sẽ ảnh hưởng tới đam mê của tennis. Tôi sẽ nhắc nhở tôi thời trẻ rằng đối phó với những nỗi đau là một điều rất khó diễn tả. Bạn sẽ thất bại rất nhiều, đặc biệt là khi bạn còn trẻ. Điều bạn phải làm, trách nhiệm của bạn là đứng dậy, lại thất bại, tiếp tục mạnh mẽ hơn nữa, tiếp tục nỗ lực. Các buổi tập trở nên thách thức hơn. Bạn phải đối mặt với cái nóng, phải đối mặt với độ ẩm cao. Đôi khi, bạn phải đối mặt với việc huấn luyện viên la mắng bạn vì thể hiện chưa tốt. Đây chính là một phần của quá trình. Những gì tôi sẽ nói với bản thân khi trẻ về sự tập trung là hãy dõi mắt theo quả bóng, bỏ qua mọi sự xao lãng, những người xuất hiện trên sân, hoàn toàn ngắt kết nối với tất cả những điều đó và dồn toàn bộ sự chú ý và tập trung vào quả bóng màu vàng đang bay quanh sân. Tập trung toàn bộ vào quả bóng. Sẽ chỉ có tôi, quả bóng và lưới. Cách này giúp tôi tập trung hơn vào những thời điểm quan trọng, lúc mà tôi cần điều chỉnh sự chú ý của bản thân. Những khoảnh khắc áp lực là thứ phân biệt một tay vợt giỏi với một tay vợt trung bình, bởi áp lực là điều mà bạn phải đối mặt để trưởng thành. Và đây là những khoảnh khắc bạn thực sự phải nỗ lực và giữ bình tĩnh.
And these are the moments that you actually have to step up your game and stay calm before the storm.
Tuần tới, các tay vợt cùng đưa ra dự đoán cho mùa giải sân cỏ. Đừng quên truy cập atptour.com và trò chuyện với chúng tôi trên mạng xã hội. Hẹn gặp lại.
Quý vị sẽ không bỏ lỡ các tin tức đáng chú ý trong ngày. Đặc biệt, chương trình sẽ cung cấp các thông tin giao thông, sức khỏe và giải trí thiết thực, tương tác trực tiếp ngay tại hiện trường.
Ngoài ra, quý thính giả sẽ được thư giãn với âm nhạc và các chuyên mục hấp dẫn khác. Joy FM, tần số FM 98,9 MHz tại thủ đô Hà Nội và các tỉnh miền Bắc, livestream trên ứng dụng VTV Cap On và mạng xã hội giao thông quốc gia 91.com.vn. Joy FM 98,9 MHz, thông tin thiết thực, tương tác tức thời.
Ưu đãi vàng tháng 6, tổng giá trị ưu đãi lên tới hơn 20 tỷ đồng. Chọn gói VTV Cap, truyền hình và internet tốc độ 220 megabit trên giây, chỉ 220.000 đồng một tháng.
A beautiful evening in New York City, Madison Square Garden, the mecca of boxing, a venue very fitting for a spectacular junior welterweight world title fight coming up later in our main event. But let's take a look at the fights that we're bringing to you tonight on our broadcast. We will open up the show with Giancarlos Rivera taking on Omar Rosario, then move it to Robson Conceição's return since that loss to Shakur Stevenson against Nicolas Polanco. Our co-main event tonight, of course, on Puerto Rican weekend in New York City, Xander Zayas and that big smile taking on Ronald Cruz. And then, of course, the main event tonight, the champion, Josh Taylor, taking on the challenger, Teofimo Lopez. It's going down tonight from inside the theater at Madison Square Garden. Christina Poncher joined by my broadcast partner tonight, Jamel Herring, and we've been around these guys the past couple of days. The energy in the city, the trash talk between these two, two guys that have held a lot of hardware in their career, have both been unified champions in their respective weight classes, 135 and now 144. Josh Taylor, your thoughts on our main event tonight before we get started into some undercard action?
Oh, that's a good one. That's going to be a good one. You can really tell that there's a lot of animosity, for starters, between these two individuals. So that's what also makes it for a great matchup, because they're not going to hold anything back within the ring. But overall, there's a lot of skill between both the two individuals, more importantly. So it's definitely going to be a good. It's going to be a good fight. I wouldn't call it a chess match because, like I said again, so much animosity. I feel like it's going to be a brawl from bell to bell.
Yeah, I mean, these two guys have been asked all week about the trash talk during this promotion. If it's been, personal, it's just selling the fight. And as much as they say, we know it is not personal. He says things about me, and I don't know. I feel like I think there's a little bit of personal beef in between these two, and they will get to settle that tonight in just a few hours from now in our main event. That fight scheduled for 12 rounds in the WBO welterweight world title fight. But before we get to that fight, we are going to bring you some bonus coverage of a couple heavyweights in the ring. Now we'll join that fight in progress. Quick look here at the tail of the tape, Jamel, for these two heavyweights.
Tail of the tape. My man Kaniba is back. Let me just look at here. Let's look at here. I'm looking at the reach. The reach is definitely the big thing that stands out for me.
Absolutely.
So far he's been using it well equiply in the 4 rounds leading up to this round so far.
And that 86-inch reach is one of the longest reaches of all active fighters in boxing right now for heavyweights. And, of course, in that kind of super heavyweight class, if you will, standing at 6'8" tall. You can see right away now with the two principals in the ring as we enter round 5, the size difference between Kanaiba and Olguin. Jamel and I, as we've been watching the first 4 rounds, Kanaiba has had his way for the most part, using good jab, good shots. I mean, Olguin's got some good shots into the body. As you see there, right on cue. But without, me being an official score, likely Olguin has had the upper hand through the first 4 rounds of this fight as we join this scheduled 8-rounder in round 5.
And he's had the upper hand, but you would like to see more, because you and I both know how stacked the division is. And let's be honest, a fighter like Olguin doesn't need to be in there, honestly, this long. And it's not a knock against him, but also, but if you want to make an impact in this division, again, you gotta lay something big on your opponents, especially when you got guys in front of you. You gotta make a statement.
Olguin's last 3 fights were 2 losses and a draw. His last fight being a loss to Otto Wallin back in January of this same year. You recently saw Damian Kanaiba on the Shakur Stevenson Yoshino undercard over across the water in Newark not that long ago. Undefeated Polish heavyweight, 11-0 with 7 KOs signed to Top Rank.
And again, like you pointed out, it's not that he's fighting just to fight tonight. He's signed with Top Rank in the stable, and that stable alone within the company is deep. So if you want to stand out, this is where it starts, especially in a city like New York.
Well, since they've signed him, they've been keeping him pretty active. Big shot right there in the blue corner. Olguin deflecting some of these shots, but a lot of them landing square on his chin.
I think Kanaiba heard what I was saying.
Bit of blood now coming from the nose of Olguin.
He took some shots, but like you mentioned, some of them he's rolling off, but he took a couple of them square on the chin. Nice double over the jab, following the right hand from Kanaiba.
You can tell Olguin, his guard is not as tight as it was. Those hands are starting to hang a little bit more at the hip as he's getting clipped with some good shots here.
But again, Kneba sucked short, and he's kind of giving it back because he threw a couple of shots, and he just automatically just fell in right into Olguin's arm.
Stop. Time.
Let's try to listen in here to the corner.
He's okay. 2 more rounds. How do you feel, champ? All right. Yo, he's ready to go. It's not resistance. Cut is good. He's ready to go right now. Touch him with the jab, sharp jab, hard jab. Right hand to the body. You work up and down with the body, but be smart. All right? You can get him out of here. He's ready to go. All right? Get some more water. I'm okay. Yo.
You got to show me something. You got to show me something this round. You have to. But I need it the whole round. I don't need just 5 seconds of the round. I need the whole round. If you ain't showing me offense, then you showing me defense.
Get to work.
So you heard the head trainer of Emanuel Olguin telling him, you need to show me something this round, and not just for a minute, for the whole round. So possibly looking at a corner stoppage if they don't like what they see from their fighter here coming out in this next round, round 6.
You see the commissioner, everyone's already looking at him, so.
And Sade Murdoch, the third man in the ring tonight as well, has a good grasp on what's been going on, as he should. So let's see. And on the other side of it, you heard
they told him he's ready to go.
Kaniba's corner telling him he's ready to go. They get that same sense.
You see how he came out once they commenced the action. He jumped right on him, Kaniba. But then again, he falls right into those lows where he gets kind of lazy, in my opinion, and takes, instead of just moving on the ring for a breather, he'd rather just fall in and lay on his opponent. Which could be effective in the heavyweight division, but at the same time, it's like, it's telling. It's telling. Good body shot.
Controlling the distance with that left-handed jab out of the orthodox stance.
He's bouncing. Got a little bouncing step now.
Olguin's corner wanting him to kind of let his hands go and throw some punches to show him something, calling out various numbers of punches from the first round.
Good count. Good count. Good attempt.
Shot to the body by Olguin with a lead left hand.
Stop.
And with Top Rank putting Kaniba in back-to-back shows here on the East Coast, I mentioned his last show in Newark. The last card he was on in Newark back in April, now June here in New York. I mean, they're trying to build up that Polish fan base here on the East Coast, but he's got to give the fans a little something exciting to come out.
To come out to. And we know he's a good fighter. We know he got what it takes. He just needs to bring it out a little bit more. See, right there, he gives it away, and he gives his opponent a chance to tie up and grab him.
His last fight ended in an 8th round stoppage. He had a 2nd round knockout in December, and then went the distance in the fight right before that. So 1 knockout in his last, well, I guess technically 2, because the stop was at the end of the 8th round in his last fight that he stopped his opponent, Curtis Harper. But he's been sparring much better guys than he's even faced in the ring as opposition. Adam Kaunaki, Otto Wallin, I believe Jarrell Miller.
Get a towel. Breathe. Control your breathing. Breathe. Deep breath. 3 deep breaths. Nice. Now, I don't care what you do, just press it around. You can touch him. Trust your defense, all right? You touch him. He's going to come forward, right? You touch, hard right hand. Come back with a right uppercut, right and left hook, right? And keep touching him. Anytime he comes to you, just touch him. He's going to be open for a punch, all right? That's how you rest, all right? Take your time, all right? Defense is everything.
Nice, clear instruction there in the Kaniba corner by Sean George.
You heard what he said at the end. Defense is everything. Meaning, like, when he gets his shots off, when he tries to fall in, sometimes he gets hit with those short sides from O'Gean because he looks like
just like that.
Defense is everything.
Put it out there, you gotta use it.
At the same time, though, he needs to start sitting on his punches. I understand he's trying to be elusive with his footwork, but he really needs to sit on that right hand a little bit more because if you watch, O'Gean, he's walking directly to him, so he can just set him up with the jab and just blind him with the jab and throw that right hand right behind it if he wants.
A body shot lands with the left hand for O'Gean. The body goes Kaniba again, down to the body. Back up top with the lead left hand.
And I was going to mention, I don't know if you all who are tuning in can hear the extra commentary behind us from O'Gean's corner. But they're telling them the right instructions. You know, they let them know, listen, if your man is not doing anything, it's time for you to work. Don't just sit there and look at him. You know, go to work yourself. I get it, he looks a little tired in there, but again, I'm pretty sure that Kaniba's just as tired as well because his output has dropped significantly as well. Now they're conversating. So yeah, they're tired. And O'Gean's corner urging him to drop her arm or two to the body, which in his case, it's him being in the southpaw stance. That'll be a left straight hand to the body.
There's a hook to the body, then back upstairs for Kaniba. Then he uses his weight to push him back here against the ropes.
Work, fellas, work. Your hands are free. Work, man, work.
Hands are free, man. Work, man, work.
Big combination there.
Then he gives it away. He gives it back.
Okay, stop.
Or stops his own momentum.
Smothering his shots.
Yeah, absolutely. Clearly.
Oh, another big right hand gets in from Kaniba.
And O'Gean got hit with that shot because when he was throwing those wild hooks, he was looking the whole time looking directly at the ground, so he couldn't see what was coming back at him when he got caught. Just like that, he'll charge him with his head down, and he'll stay with his head down until he's done with his offense.
Crowd filling in nicely here at the theater at Madison Square Garden.
Right? I want you to be sharp. Stay behind your defense, right? I want you to be a sniper right now.
Makes me wonder, though, if we did the fight in the big room,
trust me,
I'm pretty sure Josh Taylor and all of Scotland would have still came.
Oh, it's the theater sold out. So every seat tonight will be filled. And that was kind of a point that those two principals agreed on in our main event. Both Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez felt like this fight should be in the big room at Madison Square Garden. And perhaps if they looked a little bit better, respectively, in each of their last two performances, maybe. I'm not sure. But nonetheless, when you have two excellent fighters in Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez, two guys that have collected a lot of hardware in their career, Josh Taylor being undisputed at 140 pounds. Teofimo Lopez unified at 135.
Exactly. They were both.
That this was a big fight to make when Teofimo Lopez is moving up to 140 pounds. He wanted to fight for all those belts. A little less hardware now for Josh Taylor, being that he's either stripped or vacated some of those belts. Tonight, only the WBO and, of course, the Lineal Ring Magazine.
The one that actually matters, the Lineal Championships on the line. All that matters.
So, better late than never, but there's been a lot to talk about with those guys in our main event, and we'll keep you up to speed on all things Taylor and Teo as we get closer to our main event. But for right now, some bonus coverage before we get into our 4-fight broadcast.
Stop. Pick your head up, baby.
2 minutes left in this heavyweight contest scheduled for 8 rounds.
Chris O'Dean, like, he's trying. He's definitely trying. He's actually the one trying to push the fight right now. It's just that he just gets a little sloppy when he tries to push forward, and he opens up too much. He's throwing wide shots, and every time he opens up, he gets hit down the pipe with something with at least 2-punch combination from Kaniba. A second ago, O'Dean's corner is telling him to run it, but again, like, it's hard to run it when you've been taking shots all night, especially down to the body, just like that.
Yep.
Ooh, nice.
He's taken a lot of shots. He's shown that he does have a solid chin, that he is durable even at 39 years old against the 27-year-old Kaniba. Just under a minute left to go here in this fight.
Trying those pushes.
Oh, he landed a right hand there.
That was a good one. Yeah. I mean, he got some dog in him. He got some dog. Kaniba kind of breathing, his mouth was open, kind of breathing a little heavy after that break. But still, still don't let his hands go. But you can tell he's definitely fatigued.
Stop. Look, man.
We have seen, through about at the midway point in the fight, I think Kaniba, if he wants to fight some of these better heavyweights, he's going to have to work on his conditioning in one way or another. Because there was a lot of holding, a lot of, open mouth, breathing, and you could tell that both of these guys were looking up at the clock as we got closer to the end.
To add on what you said, too, about the conditioning, yeah, some might think, it's heavyweights. No, today's heavyweights nowadays, they have nutritionists, they work with fitness coach training and things of that nature. So a lot of these heavyweights can go the distance without an issue. So that right there handicaps him if he's not in the mix of, taking care of his body, not only within training camp, but outside of camp as well.
And this is just an 8-round fight.
Yeah,
so
right, exactly.
It was about halfway through, even when we joined on the telecast here with you guys, that we're like, these guys look like a little bit tired. There was times that they were all leaning on each other on the ropes, and the referee was like, keep working, keep working.
What's going on? Yeah, let your hands go.
So the judges will tally up the scorecards. We'll get the official decision, and then we'll move on to Omar Pesario taking on Giancarlos Rivera, 2 Puerto Rican fighters with a combined record of 18-1. You knew this card was going to feature some Puerto Ricans on this weekend here in New York City. Top Rank has put on a card on this weekend for the past almost 20 years. Many of them headlined early on back in the 2000s by Miguel Cotto. And ever since, honestly, I think the promoter has been looking for the next guy to help kind of carry that torch for Puerto Rico. Even the island probably themselves have been looking for who that next guy is.
But that next guy could potentially be Xander Zayas, who's coming up later on tonight, though.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. John Basile, Alan Nace, and Robin Taylor all score the bout 79-73. All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. Damian, the Polish Hussar, Kaniba!
So all 3 judges giving 7 of the 8 rounds to Damian Kaneba, who remains undefeated, improving his professional record now to 12-0 with 7 KOs.
Yeah, the win's a win, but again, there's if you want to be great in this division, or let alone become a champion, there's a lot of things he needs to work on. But overall, he got the win, so that's really all that matters now. Hopefully, he looks at his tape, goes back to the drawing board, and does what he needs to do.
We'll take a quick look at a recap of this fight and some of the early work where you can see that Kaneba got off to a really good start against Olguin, landing shots to the body, then back upstairs.
And he has a good right hand. He just needs to give it more leverage, start smothering himself, as you see right there. Like again, boom, the right hand, and he lines up perfectly when he puts good leverage on it, as you see right there. But then at times he'll fall in just like that, and then he'll stop his own momentum every time. Nice sneaky uppercut too. He has a little good right uppercut. Yeah, yep. And the body shots aren't bad either. Just that he has to give himself some space.
Event tonight, the WBO and Lineal Junior Welterweight World Championship between Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez coming up in a few hours here. The Tartan Tornado, Josh Taylor, undefeated at 19-0, southpaw. Teofimo telling us in the fighter meetings, you know, I like to fight southpaws. In fact, he's fought 4 of them in his 19 professional fights. But what is it about Josh Taylor that makes him so special?
You know, Josh Taylor, I've known Josh for over 10 years. We actually fought each other in the amateurs, and we became great friends since then. And I remember him, you know, making the Olympic team, but he wasn't never the guy chosen to go all the way. So I give Josh a lot of credit and respect because he's come a long way from the Olympics back in 2012 to now, because he actually had to earn everything he's gotten the hard way, from joining the tournaments, you know, to capture most of his titles, to facing my good friend and teammate Jose Ramirez, who's here tonight. And now he's here fighting Teofimo Lopez.
And for the takeover, Teofimo Lopez, 18-1, 13 KOs. I mean, when this guy burst on the scene, everybody was like, wow.
Yeah, right.
We have something special here. He checks every box. Those questions and those feelings have, you know, wavered a little bit in recent contests. I mean, after beating Vasily Lomachenko and coming to that fight at the underdog, since that point, that loss to Kambosos, comes back, moves up to 140. Pedro Campas, Sandor Martin, not that same confidence. What does he need to do to get the job done tonight? And bring that back. Bring that feeling that we all had back.
Well, we can't talk about it now because it's kind of what I'm going to say is kind of too late. But I think for him to bring that back, he has to get rid of a lot of those distractions outside of the ring. We already know he's naturally talented. He has what it takes. You know, he's a phenomenal athlete. He just has to bring that dog back, and whatever is in his mind that's blocking him from being great, he needs to put that to the side, especially tonight with a guy against Josh Taylor, and go back to being the Teofimo Lopez of old.
All right, well, a lot of questions will be answered in due time, just a few hours from now. Let's take a look at our principals coming up in our next fight. Omar Rosario taking on Giancarlo Rivera. Here's some highlights of new era Rosario. 10-0, 3 KOs, just 25 years old. Such a baby face, though. We sat there and talked to him. And a couple of the guys said, show us your driver's license. Now you're really 25 years old. But multiple-time gold medalist, Puerto Rican national champion. As we take a look at some footage from the weigh-ins yesterday, there is the Giancarlo Rivera fighter out of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, and Omar Rosario fighting out of Acuaguas, Puerto Rico.
For Omar, the new airweight division.
This is going to be a good little scrap right here, in my opinion.
Tail the tape, Giancarlo Rivera versus Omar Rosario. Only thing that really stands out, they both stayed at 5'10", but only thing that really stands out is the slight reach advantage going to Giancarlo Rivera's favor. Should be a great one, though.
Here's Mark Chinook making the official introductions.
Clark. Introducing first out of the blue corner, presented in association with Hard Hitting Promotions. He weighed in at 138.4 pounds, wearing black trunks with pink trim. His record, 8 victories with only 1 defeat. 6 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Vieques, Puerto Rico, Giancarlos La Dinamita Rivera. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 139.2 pounds, wearing black trunks with red trim. His record, perfect. 10 fights, 10 victories. 3 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Caguas, Puerto Rico, Omar, the new era, Rosario.
All right, fellas, y'all had your instructions, dressing room. Protect the Mende, todo mental. Protect yourself at all times. Token loose, touch them up.
Sean Clark, the third man in the ring tonight. Christina Poncher and Jamel Herring here with you on the call. Thank you for joining us. Battle of 2 Puerto Rican fighters. This one's scheduled for 8 rounds. In fact, the first 8-rounder for both of these fighters in their young careers. It's the 10th professional fight for Rivera, the 11th for Rosario. Rivera in the black trunks with pink trim, Rosario in the black trunks with red trim. And right away you see the stances there. Rivera is a southpaw.
And looking at the record so far of Rivera and between Rosario and Rivera is actually the bigger puncher despite the 1 loss in his record. So I want to see how he does against a top quality fighter in Rosario.
Nice body shot to start from Rivera. Rivera is training underneath the tutelage of Bozy Ennis. He's sparred a lot of rounds with Boots Ennis, in fact calling him his big brother in boxing. He's learned from all those guys there in Philly, so he's been getting some good work to prepare for what he believes is a very tough task, though, in Rosario.
And Rivera so far, he's been shooting a lot of heavy artillery down to the body.
Don't let him get comfortable. Keep
From Rosario just a few moments ago, though.
No punching. Watch the hands in there, fellas. Watch your hands. Right back.
Both of these fighters feeling a huge source of pride fighting on a weekend like this, Puerto Rican Parade weekend. I understand the magnitude of the exposure and support that they get on shows like this.
And credit the Top Rank for also making a competitive matchup, with two Puerto Rican fighters on their weekend.
Absolutely.
Ooh, there was some heat on that one from Rivera that just missed Rosario. But I like what so far from Rivera. Everything starts with the jab with him, and it's not just a tap. It's a strong, stiff jab that he started with. So you can clearly tell they both want to make a statement. I don't think anybody wants to take a loss on this weekend of all weekends.
That's for sure. Body shot gets in for Rosario.
The problem is with Rivera at times when he throws that 2, he'll kind of fall over his lead foot and he'll lose all momentum, and then you'll see Rosario either slip or counter at times. So he'll start out right now with the jab. He'll touch the jab, but when he tries to throw that his left hand, he falls over. See, he'll fall over his lead foot.
Some good action here in round 1 in this scheduled 8-rounder.
See, every time he falls over, what does Rosario do? Counter.
Look into the Rosario corner.
Use your jab.
Keep ripping that body, man. You want to break him down a little bit. He's trying to set one right hand or something like that. Keep jabbing. You got to make him work. Make him work, man. You in shape, man. Make him work. Everything behind the jab, man. Then go to the body, go to the...
And there's a look at the champ, Josh Taylor, arriving here at Madison Square Garden just moments ago, getting ready for his scheduled 12-round world championship title defense against Teofimo Lopez. His wife looking beautiful, and a nice gift there. Some custom sneakers for the Tartan Tornado. Love that. I got my sneakers on tonight as well.
We all do.
On
yeah,
tonight.
we all got our J's on. It's New York.
I love it. He has just had a good demeanor all week long. He's had good energy. He's very well prepared, confident, even during the weight cut day, everything. I mean, I truly do believe him when he says that he's back to feeling like how he did before Jose Ramirez fight. And I truly do have confidence in the fact that he said that his preparation has been, second to none in his career for this fight.
Oh, I believe it, because you can clearly tell just from his demeanor yesterday during the weigh, before the weigh-in, after the weigh-in, and more importantly, the whole week he's been here. He's just been a good sport about things. So every time Rivera, though, when he tries to throw that two, that left hand, he falls over, and we get into dog fights like this. You can hear Rivera's corner saying, "Get your feet right, get your feet right."
The direction of Jose Ennis in the Rivera corner. His son, John Ennis, one of the very talented fighters at 147 pounds, just on the cusp there, looking for a really big fight and a world title shot that Errol Spence and Terrence Crawford probably say, not so quick, not so fast. Although he would say he's ready tomorrow for that opportunity. And there are kind of a lot of people that would back Boots up on that.
But I'm sure, Boots is I'm pretty sure he wants to also see that fight as well. So I'm pretty sure he's like, you know what?
I'll take the winner.
I'll sit back, wait my shot, but I want to see this first.
Nice chin shot there from Rosario. Gets Rivera fired up, caught his attention. Nice uppercut, gets in, and a counter left hook.
They out there, they throwing bombs. Oh, nice sneaky body shot, from Rosario.
I felt that one.
Tucking that elbow.
Yep.
Wait, no punch.
I don't know. Rivera's corner saying right back, but like that body shot you pointed out, kind of takes a while before you can jump right back into it like that. But I like how Rosario, he sees in the moment and jumping right on him, and not giving Rivera a chance to rest.
And Rosario gave Rivera a lot of credit in the fighter meetings as they both exchanged there.
Yeah.
He said that he's a good fighter, he has good techniques, he's got a good hook. I'm very familiar with him.
And he knew he was going to be hungry, because he knew that it was two Puerto Rican fighters fighting on his weekend, and he knew that one didn't want to give up their momentum to the other. So he knew he was coming in here against.
And Rivera actually fought Rosario's brother as an amateur when they were trying to win the position on the national team. So
who won?
Rosalio's brother beat Rivera, so he knows that Rivera's trying to get some get back tonight for Rosario's brother beating him.
Gotta get it in blood.
That's right. So he said, I want to get another win for the Rosario family against Mr. Rivera.
La recta está llegando. Tienes que confiar más en la tuya, en la tuya, en la tuya. ¿Ah? Vivo con la de adelante, que no tiene más nada. Con la de atrás te la tira más defensiva. La de adelante, cuando está cerca, hay que hacer flexión para ese lado. Para ese lado va a ponérsela por aquí detrás. ¿Ah? Vamos. Haz lo que trabaje. Vamos, pon el cambio. Que te
to sit on for Giancarlo Rivera.
That's
Mr. Ennis said, stand your
There's also a psychological thing to your opponent. Turn right to him, he comes right out.
And look to land that lead right hook to the body, but instead a left hand, straight left hand. lands in.
And I like Rivera. You can tell that he's well conditioned and he's had a good camp. He just needs to just relax just a bit. He's too excited and hyped to get to Rosario. And Rosario just sitting back and waiting for him every time. Good body shot. 2 body shots.
That left hand to the body, though, is not being thrown hard, but it's landing often. There it is again.
You know why? You know why it's not landing hard? Because if you watch carefully, he's trying to focus most of his momentum on that right hook that you pointed out. He'll throw the left. See, he'll throw the left to get him in position for the right hook every time. Good jab.
Good jab with the right hand from Rosario.
That's a good fight.
That's what we thought.
Yeah. There, the left hand gets him there to just throw that right hook every time.
I like that slick duck under and return with the left body shot from Rosario there.
But I'm glad he's investing to the body because again, these both are young individuals with a lot of energy in them. So if you want to really set Rosario for that right hook, you gotta take his legs away so he can be a sitting target so you can land it right on the chin. Right now, at times, Rosario should be first. He's doing great countering, but at times he waits for Rivera to start the offensive first before he'll throw something back.
I said break. Come on, Carlos, right back on it. Let's go. Wow. Right back. Don't wait on him, man.
A little showboat from Rivera. I think out the way those punches.
Took a glance over to his corner.
A little diddy bop. Good right hand from Rosario. Snuck it down there from Rivera did.
Getting just out of range of these shots coming from Rivera is Rosario. I think he's getting a sense of where he wants to be in terms of distance.
Good left hook from Rosario.
And another Puerto Rican fighter on the card tonight in our co-main event. 20-year-old Xander Sayas, as he's getting his hands wrapped, will be defending his NABF and NABO junior middleweight world titles. As Mike Basil gets the tape set up on that left hand of Xander Sayas, and he's definitely a prospect to watch, in my opinion. Would you agree, Jamal?
Oh yeah, definitely. I can say right now, depending on how this night goes, he definitely be going into from prospect though to contender, potentially top contender the way he performs. And he's been getting better every fight. I know he had that whole setback with everything was helping everything, but it's great to see him back, and he feels like he's more mature, that he's being considered more of an adult now with the decisions in and out the gym. And he just wants to be a better person overall, he said,
Signed at 17 years old, the youngest fighter ever to be signed to Top Rank. A title previously held by Gabriel Flores Jr. And since then, 3 years, 15-0, 10 knockouts, very comfortable at 154 pounds, weighing 152 for this junior middleweight fight. But I'm excited to see him back in the ring tonight. He is matched against Ronald Cruz, who's extremely durable, who has a great personality, and who has had Xander Sayas on the mind since December, as this fight was originally planned, for a few months ago, before Xander Sayas suffered an injury.
I like the fact that during the fight against yesterday, that Xander knew what he was getting into when he said that, listen, Cruz, I can't take him lightly because I know what he's here for. I know he's coming here to win, and he's just as excited as I am. So I gotta be sharp with this guy.
What a sharp punches coming at the hands of Rosario here to start round 4.
Yeah, he's just staying cool, calm, and collective in there.
That shot, Rivera landed, popped the head back of Rosario, and a mouthpiece comes out.
And if you can hear Rivera's calling him to say uppercut, because at times during that whole little scurry, Rosario was leaning into the chest of Rivera, so that'd easily set him up for the uppercut.
As they get to work on the mouthpiece quickly of Rivera.
Every time he throws that, Rivera throws that left hand, he brings back that hook. Every time.
Gotta bite down on that mouthpiece.
Yeah, definitely gotta bite down on that mouthpiece though. Good counter from Rosario. Rivera just looked, he just glanced inside, probably at the time in the round.
So nice shot by Rivera up top.
Finally get that hook in there.
He sure did.
And I like how Rosario, he's smart. Like he knows Rivera is always going to overextend. So what does Rosario do? He'll take that half step back, and then he'll come back with a shot of his own.
There he goes and catches him there with the left hand. Timed it perfectly, coming in again with the right hand.
And it allows him to get the full leverage on those punches instead of him smothering his shots. Good body shot. A little sneaky body shot from Rosario just there a moment ago.
Block those.
Yeah, he's blocking. He's catching those shots now. Because it's the same thing from Rivera. It's the 1-2, but it's the 1-2 up top.
Háblame duro, otra vez. Háblame duro otra vez. Oye, estamos mejor que nunca. Hay que seguir, pero con los waving, cuando estás cerca, no te dejes que te amarre. No dejes que te amarre. Oye, estamos en Chiva. Estamos en Chiva. No ha ganado ni un segundo del asalto. Vamos, háblame duro otra vez.
Don't take that. Yeah, giving you too much space to work. He can't fuck with you inside. No, yeah. He don't know what to do on the inside. You gotta keep that gap closed. You keep jumping out. Stop jumping out. When we work in the gym, them pivots, them angles, different angles. Off the angles, man. Just relax, man. Relax. Do what you do, man.
To the second half of the fight, round 5, scheduled for 8.
Nice little counter from Rosario. Now he's catching on to every time. Oh, he got caught there. But the first couple of seconds in the round, every time Rivera would go down, he would come back. He would counter Rivera with a right uppercut.
Rivera's had a good start though to this round. He's landed some punches in those first 2 sets of combinations that he's thrown.
Every time. Get through some good shots and then go sit back and look at him. They ain't like that. Keep working, Rivera. Keep working. But it's a good, to me, it's a pretty even matchup. They both have their moments.
Come on, he's slowing down. Come on, please. Yeah, right back.
Rivera's definitely the aggressor, but Rosario is the more, calm, well-balanced. He'll sit back, he'll counter. He doesn't like to waste shots.
He's more efficient with his shots.
He doesn't like to waste them. Good body shot from Rosario. Good job.
He's going to shoot that lead uppercut. Is Rosario just missed, land a right hand there, and then a right hand lands back from Rivera.
I like how he's sitting in the pocket, though, again, just being calm and just catching shots and shooting back. Rosario, that is. Nice little two-piece combination from Rivera.
And Rivera is initiating more of the contact in this round, something that you mentioned earlier, Jamel, that you wanted him to do more.
He's been keeping a good pace. He's been pushing the fight. He just got like, again, it's just some things he has to work on with his technique. In terms of not falling over so much, and even now he's kind of a bit squared up. Where you can see Rosario, he'll place his head on the shoulder of Rivera to stay out of harm's way from getting hit with something. And even on the other side. Ooh.
Step back.
Body shot scores for Rivera.
But he fell in and gave it right back. And now look where he's at, on the ropes. Rosario, he doesn't need to fall in either, though. Get some space in.
Tiny little step
back. Get some space and then go to work.
And Hook gets in and lands there. Good start to the round from Rivera, good finish to the round from Rosario.
Absolutely.
Hard round to score there.
Hágame duro. Duro por la nariz. Métalo allá adentro. Estamos bien. Dale, trabaja, Alan. Olvídate de ellos, puñeta. Vamos. Alan, ya bien, ya. Ahí. Yo lo saco ahora.
You see when you fight him inside and plant that feet, man, and start ripping them shots. Don't be just turning like this. Sit down with that shit. You know what I mean? You breaking him down. What round is this?
Gotta be 5.
Six. Yeah, come on, man. You got, yeah.
Round, man.
Let your hands go. Let it go. Push you back. Push you back.
Seconds out!
Vamos. Vamos bien.
Rivera's corner looking for him to sit down a little more on his shots. They want him to bring some of that power from his base.
But it's like we said about the last round. He comes out strong. He just got to keep it up. But not keep up that pace, but keep control of the round.
That's good. Shots down and back up. Good right hand from Rivera.
But I agree with you also. It's definitely a harder fight to score, honestly. They both had their moments.
Stop pulling their heads down.
Good counter, good short shots from Rosario on the inside. Again. You see, he's just staying cool, calm, and just catching them. Because he basically knows what Rivera's going for. He starts with the body. So what do? He basically goes into a shoulder roll to protect his body now, and he'll shoot up.
Actress and boxing aficionado Rosie Perez has made her way ringside. You know she wasn't going to miss a battle of two Puerto Ricans or to be present to witness the sweet science on a weekend that celebrates Puerto Rican heritage here in New York City. And a big boxing fan and a knowledgeable boxing fan she is here early on the night. Always great to see her when we're here in New York City. And she's just a sweet person. Come said hello to us when she got here, and always appreciate her presence and her support. The sport we love so much.
Good body shots from Rivera.
Yeah, just having another good round here. Good start to the round. And then Rosario able to get himself some space and land some shots. Good hook there. A deep breath there from Rosario.
I was just about to say, Rosario needs to show us all why he's considered the new era.
And still kind of making that transition from his amateur to pro style. 10 pro fights, but such a talented amateur, gold medalist in numerous national championship tournaments in Puerto Rico. 2017 gold medalist, 18, 2020, 2020 future champions tournament gold medalist. Some guys it just takes a little bit longer.
Yeah, because I mean, with that being said, I'll add on to that. When you see a lot of guys who have so many fights in an amateur-based system, it takes them a little bit longer to transition, like you mentioned, to that pro style.
Yeah, and he had an amateur record of 175 and 35. So we're talking over 200 amateur fights for Omar Rosario.
The right hand from Rosario, though.
Both fighters getting ready here for round 7, the first time as professionals. Another change for both of them, only have been the 6th round distance. Never been in scheduled 8-rounders before.
You doing good inside, but sit down and rip those shots.
BT, come on. Deep breath.
What? Yeah, put that shit together, man. You gotta put that shit together. He told me you gotta stop me. I don't know what he's talking about. This is close fight. You gotta keep pushing him back, man. Put that shit together, man. I'm telling you, man. Can't let this shit get away. Any time, too. You know what I mean? Yeah, sit down, man. There ain't no boo, there ain't no boo.
And I will say, he's not lying to him. He's telling him what he needs to know, what he needs to hear. You're letting it get away from you every time. You just stop doing anything in here. Gotta change it up a bit. Every time it starts with that jab up top and that 2 to the body. Every round, I don't know why. Rosario, he picked it up before, but now it's like he's getting lazy in there himself. He's gotten back up to the ropes. But it also goes up to what you pointed out 3 rounds ago when you said that Rivera, he always starts out at the beginning great, but then over time, Rosario comes back to pick him off. So it's very hard to score these rounds.
And then depending on where you're sitting as a judge, I mean, Rivera's doing a lot of work on the inside, but like a lot of those shots right now were blocked by.
But the judge across from us, he's probably thinking, you know, that shot landed just from hearing that little impact. So yeah, it's definitely hard to score some of these rounds if you're an official.
My break.
And you hear Rivera's trainer saying, get your back off the ropes, telling them the right thing. Keep it in the center of the ring. You're more effective in the center of the ring, not just for his own style, but for the judges to see what is going on, like you pointed out before.
And Rivera's been consistent with that body attack.
Yes. Credit to Rosario still pushing though forward. Even now Rosario's having his moments.
My break.
As soon as they broke, he went right back at it.
Sure did. Maybe a slight bit of fatigue being demonstrated even for Rosario holding like he is right now. I'm used to seeing him kind of work a little bit more off the jab and give himself a little bit more space, and a lot of clinching, a lot of holding. Sean Clark's got his hands full.
Yeah, this is new territory. This is their first 8-rounder.
Correct.
And they're both young fighters, so we got to take that into consideration as well. But yeah, definitely a lot of clinching.
One of the things that Rosario told us when we talked to him this week was, I just sparred more rounds to prepare, and I know I can take my time and be a little bit more patient. But this fight's close.
Yeah, oh yeah.
So
good counter from Rosario.
Patience was the name of the game early. He's probably best for him to step on the gas, because right now Rivera's the one pressing.
Oh, yeah, Rivera's definitely out to win. Nice attempt from Rosario trying to counter it. Ooh, nice combination from Rosario.
The clean punches when he has that space and distance.
He always finishes strong.
Not sure it was enough in that round for Rosario to take it. Robson Conceição versus Nicholas Polanco is coming up next. That fight scheduled at 130 pounds for 10 rounds. And then our co-main event, Sandor Saya taking on Ronald Cruz. And our main event, Josh Taylor, Teofimo Lopez, still to come.
Oye, te quedas atrás, te la pones por la recta y el upper por el medio, está cogiendo coja. Quédate tranquilo, hay que definir el asalto. ¿Ah? Estamos bien, hay que cerrar con broche de oro. Estamos ganando, hay que cerrar con el broche de oro ahora. Las manos limpias, defínelo temprano. La recta, el upper por el medio y después por el lado, la volada.
All right, they'll touch him up for this 8th and final round. It is in a back and forth, a little scrap here between Rivera and Rosario.
I was just saying, looking at Rosario's face, I'm like, you'd have thought they'd have fought 12 rounds.
Nobody's been knocked down, nobody's been hurt.
No.
Back and forth action. A lot of the rounds started strong for Rivera, finished strong by Rosario. Body work's been consistent from Rivera. Rosario has been more economical with his punches, but likely have the higher connect percentage, although we don't have the benefit of CompuBox numbers officially for this fight.
I wish we did, because I would love to see the output of Rivera, because he's been throwing.
Sure has.
And just like you said, Rosario just been more, effective. Well, I want to say Rivera's not effective. He just, again, he's just been landing, he doesn't waste punches on his end, Rosario.
This body shot got in there from Rivera.
A little sneaky uppercut from Rosario. But this is where they don't want Rivera on the ropes. See, again, I knew it. Off the ropes. And we're halfway through this round. Referee had to know.
Rosario breathing deep now. Once again, holding here Rivera as Rivera takes a quick look at the clock.
It's a good fight.
It is good work here again from Rivera.
I know one thing, the both of them, they're going to learn a lot. Take a lot in this fight.
Yeah, and you said, you were giving kudos to the matchmakers before the fight even got started. You said testing both of these guys.
Yeah, they're going to earn their keep tonight.
In their 10th and 11th professional fight, respectively.
Yeah, but definitely an even matchup.
Turn over. My break. Let's go.
20 seconds left in the fight.
Break, clean. Step back. Step back.
Tired. That's fatigue.
Up in the bounce.
To the body they go, exchanging punches until the final bell. Puerto Rico versus Puerto Rico.
Give them a round of applause.
And they picked up every little ounce that they had left.
Yes.
They let it go in those last 10 seconds. And this one's going to go to the scorecards, which will be very interesting.
It's a good one, yeah. It's really surprising.
Yep. Thing about an 8-round fight.
We should get two more. I don't know. The fatigue factor is not set for 2 more rounds, but I would love to see when they get there. I would love to see it again, though.
You're just like, why couldn't we see that a little bit more?
Yeah. I like that week.
And I'm sure for Omar Rosario, when we talked to him, he talked about how much fighting on this weekend and everything meant to him, and the pressures of and what it means being inspired by Miguel Cotto his whole career, and being from the same city Miguel Cotto is from. But tonight, he was in a tough fight.
Yeah, he was
in a
tough
fight. Rivera brought it. And both now playing to the crowd and giving respect to one another.
Love to see it.
And I love the point, though, that you made earlier, Jamel, is no matter what, win or lose, these guys will be better after this fight because of the 8 rounds that they just went through with each other.
That's probably so far today, probably the toughest fight mutually.
And something for Rosario, he only went 1 round in his last fight. He won by first round knockout. The last time he got rounds in, which was 6 rounds, was in November of 2022. So getting those rounds in, like you said, it's important. Mark Chinook's in the ring. He's ready with the decision. Let's go to Mark Chinook.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 8 rounds here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. Mark Constantino, Robert Perez, and Don Trella all score the bout 77-75 for your winner by unanimous decision. Omar, the new era, Rosario.
And the winner tonight, still undefeated, Omar Rosario, 77-75 on all 3 judges' scorecards. And some of those rounds were really close, and it was reflected there in those scorecards.
It was actually 1 short of a round from being a draw.
Correct.
If you look at it too, so it was definitely an even matchup and a great matchup overall.
Yes, it was.
Definitely sucks that we had a winner, we had a loser, but again, I feel like they both learned a lot, and they both will do great in their career, in their respective careers in the future.
Yeah, Rivera visibly upset as he exits the ring, thinking he might have pulled that one off. And I mean, it was a close fight, hard to disagree, as you see a lot of these exchanges. It's kind of, what do you like, if you will? Do you like the pushing the pace and the amount of punches thrown by Rivera?
Or we like the clean, clean shots, tactical approach from Rosario.
And the way Rosario finished.
Yeah, the way he finished his rounds as well. Yeah.
I call fights also with Chris Algieri, and one of the things that he taught me that he says is, sometimes if a judge is on the fence about a round, that lasting impression, who finishes the round, may help sway that round.
I agree.
In that direction. You always want to try to finish the round as strong as possible.
I agree, because let's be honest, a lot of these judges, they only remember the second half of that round for the most part. They don't remember that first minute of the round. They always look at how that round was finished and how it was closed.
Which is where Rivera was best in the very beginning of those rounds here.
And Rosario's the finisher.
In addition to this being Puerto Rican Day weekend here in New York City, it is also Hall of Fame induction ceremony weekend, and there is Timothy Bradley, who is now a 2023 International Boxing Hall of Fame inductee. I couldn't be more proud of my colleague and, more importantly, my friend. You see him there with his kids, his wife Monica, getting his fist casted in the Hall of Fame, and tomorrow he will be officially inducted. And there's Carl Froch going in as well, one of the 2023 inductees. Also, Brad Jacobs, an executive with Top Rank. Brad Goodman, matchmaker with Top Rank. Juan Manuel Marquez. I mean, there's just been a Rafael Marquez. The names go on.
Top Rank has made
of guys that Top Rank has had in the Hall of Fame. And
congrats to those individuals, respectfully.
Very excited for all of them tomorrow. As we move forward to more boxing action now, here is Nicholas Polanco making his way to the ring. Here's a look at the weigh-ins from yesterday.
For Nicholas Lafontaine.
And there is Hobson Conceição.
130.6.
The principals who will be in the ring here for our next fight, as we take a quick look at the tail of the tape.
Tail of the tape, Polanco versus Conceição. Nothing really stands out except for the fact that maybe a slight reach advantage for Polanco, but other than that, it's an even matchup between both individuals going into the ring tonight.
Hobson Bravo Conceição making his way to the ring, coming in off a tough loss to Shakur Stevenson back in September of 2022. That a world title opportunity for Conceição. And there was obviously some controversy the day before that fight on the scale when Shakur Stevenson missed the weight and wasn't able to defend his titles that night. Conceição taking the fight regardless, still wanting that opportunity to win a world title, albeit coming out on the losing end.
And I got on Shakur that night. I'm like, Shakur, why couldn't you have done that an hour fight? I could have kept my belt. But we don't joke about that. Again, that was a great matchup. Conceição, he stepped up to the plate regardless because he wanted to be champion, and he did all he can. But Shakur Stevenson is just a phenomenal athlete and just in a different class.
Only 2 losses on Conceição's record is to Shakur Stevenson and Oscar Valdez, and that fight in and of itself, there's a lot of people who believe he came out on the winning end of that fight. And the challenger tonight in our main event, the takeover Teofimo Lopez, arriving now at Madison Square Garden.
Oh, man. What's up, Maddie? Y'all ain't ready. Got a lot of energy tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the world's most famous arena, the theater here at Madison Square Garden. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by Boost Mobile, money is power. By AutoZone, get in the zone. By Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations. And by DraftKings Sportsbook, download the app today. This bout is scheduled for 10 rounds in the junior lightweight division. Our judges at ringside, Tom Carasoni, Glenn Feldman, and Ron McNair. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Eddie Claudio. Introducing first out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 130 pounds, wearing white trunks. His record, 20 victories, 4 defeats, 1 draw. 11 of those victories coming by way of knockout. From Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, Nicolas Polanco. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 130.6 pounds, wearing black trunks with gold trim. His record, 17 victories, 2 defeats, 8 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is a 2016 Olympic gold medalist. He is a 2-time world title challenger from Salvador, Bahia, Brazil, Robson Bravo Conceição.
Okay, Nicolás, aquí para arriba está legal. Ramson, here on up is good, okay? Le di la instrucción en el camerino que una pelea limpia y protégese en todo momento. Tóquese si quiere tocarse. Suelte.
Brazil versus the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, should be a good one. Well, you better
Oh, you see the high socks for Polanco, too.
I don't know. Polanco, he didn't put no weight on after the weigh-in.
Yeah, he weighed in, too, exactly right at 130 pounds.
Yeah.
Doesn't look like the smaller man in there against the extremely fit Conceição.
Yeah, always
muscles
fit.
everywhere.
Yeah, he's always fit.
Muscles on muscles. The body shot there from Conceição.
Yeah, everything has bad intentions from Conceição.
Well, he truly believes that he's on a different level. And we spoke about just the only 2 losses that he's had in his career to Oscar Valdez and a controversial loss, and then the loss to Shakur Stevenson. But I think that he, more than anything, wants to get back to fighting that elite level of competition. And if that's the case, then he needs to make a statement against a guy like Polanco. No disrespect to Polanco, but at 24-1, at 34 years old, he just believes that he's on a different level than his opponent is.
And so far, he's showing it.
Ooh, big hooks with the left hand for Robson Conceição.
And woke Polanco up. See, it really takes a smart fighter to beat or deal with Canseo because, you know, if you look, he throws everything with the same speed. Yes, it has intensity and some power behind it, but everything's the same speed. When you get a guy named like Shakur Stevenson who knows how to read timing and speed, it makes it difficult for Canseo to get his offense and do his thing in there. All right. Oh yeah, he's knocking him upside his head. Polanco upside his head with that one, but
He adjusted his own neck after that left hand's been getting busy for Canseo early and often. First 2 minutes of round one.
Good jab to the body from Canseo. See now he slows it down a bit, and that's where Polanco needs to get busy. You got to stop that offense though.
Polanco hasn't been able to start any sort of offense because it's been a dominant first round for Robson Canseo.
Now I will say this, since Canseo signed with Top Rank, he's actually got a lot more polish with his technique. At one point, he's just be completely wild, and everything needs to be wide. I mean, yeah, he's still got that hook, but you can tell that there's some more. He's turning the punches a little bit more better over than just slaps like he did earlier in his career.
He's a three-time Brazilian Olympian, won the gold medal in 2016. And it did take him a little bit longer to, adjust. Transition and to adjust.
Não, agora não. Continua trabalhando a mão da frente, tá bom? O jab, pintando e variando o jab na cabeça do corpo, porque ele baixar a pressão, prender com o drible na cabeça, tá bom? Acha a distância do golpe reto primeiro, na sua distância, tá bom? Inspira. Mão direita alta, ele tá cruzando com a mão esquerda, então faz o ataque com a mão esquerda, a mão direita aqui, tá bom? Direita alta. Inspira isso.
Ahora solamente frégalo, ¿está bien? Respira hondo, respira hondo. Respira hondo. Ya véamelo, ¿ok? Estamos bien. No te dejes coger con ese gancho, ¿oíste? Está bien. No te dejes con ese gancho, bájate, ¿ok?
Round two, this scheduled 10-rounder at 130 pounds. Christina Poncher and Jamel Herring here with you on the call from the theater at Madison Square Garden, a sold-out theater tonight. Those fans filing in not only for our main event, but of course to see the young Puerto Rican up-and-coming star Xander Sayas in our co-main event. That's coming up next. There's some offense for Polanco here, round two.
A little wide though, Polanco there. So he can be more effective, trying to fight fire with fire, but he can be more effective by shortening them shots.
He'll get himself warmed up as Canseo continues to work heavy with that lead left hand.
Nice movement from Canseo.
We can hear that.
You heard the whole crowd.
Yep. Hear the pop on these punches.
Good jab from Canseo also. One thing about Canseo, if you get too close, he's going to let them hands go. He's going to let his hands go for sure.
Double jab right hand, although deflected a bit there by Polanco, who is looking to establish some sort of rhythm. It's just been when he can try to let his hands go and get some shots in, but Canseo pretty much from the opening bell has been the aggressor.
And not allowing him to throw anything back at him. Because too much offense. He's not giving him a chance. He's too busy throwing at him, so he's not giving him a chance to open it up. And Polanco to throw back at him. If you're Polanco, though, from what I'm looking at, you want to move. He wants to continue moving to his left. Because if you watch Cancelo's hand, that right hand, he's slapping it down, though. He's slapping it down. See, just like that.
And that's something that he has been consistent throughout his whole
career. Yeah, he can't get rid of that. So if you want, because his main thing, he wants is strong on the left hook. But everything, with that right hand, keep go to your left, Polanco. What's wrong with them?
Yeah, that was a really weird exchange. I don't believe that it was a punch that he got caught with. It was
a headbutt.
A headbutt or something came in at the end that completely threw Polanco off and down to the ground.
Yeah,
at the very end of the round.
I was waiting for the bell. I didn't really catch it.
Let's see if he can continue. If he can't, you know the outcome.
You hear the referee say, if you can't continue, you know the outcome.
Okay?
Let's look at that one back.
And the back of Hobson's head, but then like a delayed reaction, and then a fall. And the crowd is starting to see what we just saw on the replay, but definitely not a punch, a clash of heads, if you will, there, and then a grimace, and then a fall to the ground. And they're going to take a good look at him. They're still looking at him here in the corner. See if he can continue. Let's listen in. Vamos, let's go. He wants to get up and continue. Doctor's sitting him back down. 1 second, the timekeeper is saying on the clock for the end of that round. And they're going to resume, bell, break, and we'll continue.
Well, Robson definitely got a good break. He's going to have an extra break when this second goes by.
Formalities. There was a second left in the round.
I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah, just 1 second left there in the round, and we're going to continue to fight.
Bueno, si te sientes mal, estás mal. That's why she's never been let go. Si te sientes mal, estás mal. Okay? No. We're not stopping it. No.
It's accidental.
It's okay. It's okay. Let's stop.
Little miscommunication there in the blue corner. It seemed like they thought that the corner wanted to stop the fight, but indeed they do not. They want to continue, and we will proceed to round 3.
It's over.
Oh.
Accidental headbutt.
Oh, okay.
Nobody lose, nobody wins.
It's over?
Accidental headbutt is over. Yeah, he's getting headaches. There's a no decision.
And they're going to call the fight and say it's over.
This fight is over. It's a no decision. Accidental headbutt.
And due to the accidental headbutt, they're going to stop the fight and declare the fight a no decision.
So much for Vamos.
And it's declared a no contest in that sense. And that's a very unfortunate situation. But he said, my head hurts. I do have a headache. You do see some swelling, albeit, the left hand of Conceição was landing quite a bit. But he has, at this point...
It's boxing. It's boxing. It's boxing.
Yeah, and I'm just listening in, excuse me for my silence, but I'm just listening into what's going on in the blue corner, and the fighter himself saying he did want to continue, but the doctor, referee, and
I don't know.
yeah, it looks like although he looks to be in some sort of pain, he was still willing to continue. They overrode that and made the decision to declare the fight over and not let him go on. You can see he does look like he's in pain, Jamel.
You know, I can't, like I said, again, I don't know what he's feeling, so you could, like I said, I'm gonna just listen to what the team says on that one. But I would love for everyone out there viewing us tonight to sharing and give your opinion as well.
Shout out your Twitter, Jamel. Why don't you do that for us right now?
They always tune in, so
we got some time to talk before we're getting to Xander Sayas, who's probably not even warmed up in the dressing room. So I'm going to be honest with you, we got quite some time to go before we get to our next fight. And Robson Conceição coming over now to check on Nicholas Polenko in his corner, as he is still sitting on the stool. Here's Mark Chinook.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden, due to an accidental headbutt in the second round, our ringside physicians have stopped this bout, declaring it a no decision.
And there you have it, a no contest for Robson Conceição and Nicholas Polenko. And that's a bummer for Conceição too, because he was already scheduled to fight on another card and got delayed because of visa issues, etc. They rescheduled him on this card, and now he gets in a round and a half, if you will. And
it is what it is.
This is boxing. We'll take a look at the fight. I mean, he was very much off to a good start, and that's the kind of clash of heads that caused the end. And
well, in fast motion, in regular time, you can see he did slam it. Okay, when I look at slow motion, look a little bit differently. But he did smack his head against his head there. But at one point, he said he was good. And like, again, you never know. Probably head was ringing, whatever. But like again, it's boxing, things happen.
And he did look off balance, and he hadn't stopped grimacing since he went back to the corner. So although he wanted to continue, the doctors decided that it was best not to send him out in that condition. Nobody wins, nobody loses, and both fighters.
But nobody's happy.
Get another opportunity, but nobody's happy, including the viewers and us, who we love. We love to call the action.
We do.
We want to see more. And at one point,
they're taking away from my job.
Well, even Nicholas Polenko himself said, "Come on, Ebe, vamos, vamos." You heard it.
Yeah.
He wanted to move forward. He wanted to continue. So as we look ahead, in quite some time from now, our next fight will be Xander Sayas taking on Ronald Cruz. Puerto Rico versus, I guess you could say, the U.S., since he was born in the U.S., is Ronald Cruz. Xander Sayas, 20 years old, 15-0 with 10 knockouts, ranked in the top 10 in the WBA and WBO. In fact, number 5 in the WBO. But before we get to our co-main and get working on getting you guys ready for that, we're going to take a closer look at our main event tonight, the WBO Junior Welterweight World Championship fight between the champ Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez. Here is some of the feature that has been making some noise during this promotion for the main event. Here's Trash Talk, Taylor and Teofimo.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the fight the boxing world has been waiting for.
People call me a legend. People call me the greatest.
Who calls you the greatest? You call yourself the greatest.
What a big shot by Lopez!
Calling himself undisputed world champion is fantasy.
Oh! Taylor scores the knockdown!
This is a fight game. What do I have to lose?
Okay, we'll see.
Oh, Josh Taylor's got him with a right. Why you go out there with your Scottish dress?
You're a piece of
I'm not a piece of I am the
And there it is! Teofimo Lopez!
Yeah, you're going to feel the wrath, boy. Trust me. You're going to feel it.
Oh, man. I can't wait, man. I'm going to this guy up, man. I can't wait. This is going to be fun.
Hey, Gareth, this is Karan Bhatia in Fort Lauderdale. How are you, sir?
I'm very well. I've just stepped into Rotunda ABC Gym in Liverpool. Josh Taylor's here. You got the man there?
I have the man, Teofimo Lopez, the takeover. He's here. He's ready. I'm really pumped to talk to these guys because there's a lot of bad blood, and these are also spectacular fighters. We've seen what they can do. We've seen what they can do in the ring.
Let's rock and roll.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we're ready to roll. You look in great shape already, Josh.
I'm always in shape.
Ready for
Always.
June the 10th,
Oh,
Madison
can't wait.
Square Garden?
Can't come quick enough, Gareth. Can't come quick enough, mate.
Okay, we're rolling. Quiet in the set, please.
Well, let's say, first of all, it's great to have the two teams here. What a phenomenal fight.
So let me just start it off, and then I'm going to ask Tio a question. So as much as there are differences between you guys, there are a lot of similarities. When you look at your record, 18-1, 13 knockouts. He's 19-0, 13 knockouts. That's very similar. You're both in your prime. You've both tasted undisputed. In your mind, are there any similarities between you and Josh Taylor?
No, he hasn't. There's only one undisputed champ.
Oh, man. No, so to answer your question, no, really, I don't think there's any similarities. The only thing that I think that we have in common is that it's two undisputed champions going at it, head on June 10th. So I'm looking forward to that, and remaking history like I did against Lomachenko. I'm going to do it against Josh Taylor.
Calling himself the undisputed world champion is fantasy. It's one thing that he'll never have is an undisputed champion crown. He needs to stop calling himself that. Fantasy.
And they must change the rules with the WBC because that's super champion. Last time I checked.
It's a Mickey Mouse belt, mate.
You gotta know your,
you should have been,
man. You gotta know your stuff.
You should have been, but you weren't.
I shouldn't be. But see, he confirmed that I am. So, it's just all about perception of self.
I said you should have been, but you weren't. Fact or fact.
It's all good. It's all good, man.
So, Tio, well, let's get your thoughts in a technical sense. I know you said Josh Taylor's going to have a plan A. When that fails, that's when you're going to take advantage, right? So what is the game plan in this fight?
No, there's no plan A, plan B. No. The way we work is just adapting. All the technical parts of Taylor, he has the accolades. You got to respect that. Very true. Very true. And that's why I've been working hard and busting my butt. I like to go after these challenges. Look, all these other fighters out there right now, they're not facing no one like Taylor. They're fighting come-ups. They're fighting things to build their records. I'm someone that's old school. Blood, sweat, and tears. Sugar Ray Robinson. That's really what it comes to.
What mistakes do you see in Josh Taylor when you watch him fight?
There's a lot. There's a lot of mistakes. I mean, hey, all the fighters he has faced, a lot of them are just very easy to manipulate on and adapt to. So there's a style that he knows, that he works on, that he does, that has worked for him for a long time. And even if they was to change it right now, it's too late because when you go in the ring, he's going to go right back to that main base.
Josh, now obviously you're southpaw naturally. Tio's an orthodox stance fighter. Do you think that will play into the fight plan?
I don't think so. I just think that there's two styles that we've got. It's going to be the makings of an absolute barnstormer of a fight, all fireworks. And unfortunately, I've got the bigger guns, and he does everything the same. Still makes the same mistakes he does when he was an amateur. Very amateurish style. Yes, I give him credit, he beat Lomachenko. But in my opinion, Lomachenko's a featherweight. With one arm, I'm a fully fledged light welterweight, and when he comes up against me, he comes up stuck and goes out on his back on a stretcher.
A stretcher.
So let me ask you this. We're talking about similarities, and you mentioned southpaw. Tio, in your last fight, you took on a southpaw in Sandor Martin.
Yep. Oh, Martin, that is being scored a knockdown.
Very limited work by Martin, but he scores the knockdown with the southpaw right hook.
Both Teofimo and Josh Taylor didn't necessarily have their best performances in their last fight. Josh Taylor against Jack Catterall. Josh, you were knocked down, but you did get the split decision victory.
And still undisputed super lightweight champion of the world.
Tio, in your last fight, you were technically knocked down. You got the split decision victory. Now, there was a mic moment after the fight, and a camera was on you, and we heard you say, "Do I still got it?"
Bro, do I still have it? You do, man. Do I still got it?
So what did you mean when you said, "Do I still got it?"
Yeah, I'm someone that's media trained. You know, there's red cameras when you see it, right? The red light and stuff. I know everybody's just watching me, so it's always more to talk about. It got boring to the point where, you know, after I beat Lomachenko, everyone is just like, you know, no one wanted to face me. You know, so I got to spice it up a little bit, you know, yeah. So do I still got it? Yeah. You know, so it's all about just on June 10th, man. I'm really focused on the fight. We've been calling Josh Taylor for some time. That's who I am. I go after the guys that are supposedly the kingpin or the best at the division, and Josh Taylor is that guy. So, you know, he beat Jack Catterall no matter what. His hand was raised, not Catterall, so he's still undefeated. And in my eyes, he's still the undisputed guy at 140. That's why he carries the Ring magazine. He didn't lose those belts. He just relinquished them. Something I should have done at 35, but, you know, everybody changes, everybody learns from their mistakes, and you just grow from them. It's experience.
Let me ask Josh a question real quick. Josh, we know you've had a great career at 140 pounds. You had the spectacular win against Ramirez. And I know after that fight, when you were preparing for Catterall, you did struggle a little bit to make weight. You did finally make the weight, but I know you've talked about eventually even moving up to 147. This fight on June 10th is at 140. So how are you doing in terms of the weight cut for this fight?
I'm great. I'm well ahead of schedule. Listen, after that fight in Vegas, I went out, enjoyed life, celebrated the win, creating history, someone that no one's ever done in the UK. The 5th fighter ever only become the undisputed world champion in history in the 4-belt era. I went out, I wanted to enjoy that. Did that a little bit too much. Got back into camp, took Catterall lightly, took my foot off the gas, bit of complacency crept in. We're all human. That's the mistakes that I made, and that's the price I ended up paying for it. Was end up looking terrible on the scales and putting a bad performance. When you live and you learn, don't you? So I'll not be making these mistakes again. I've did that once in my whole career, in my whole 15-year career, and I'll not be doing that again.
We know what happened in the Catterall fight. Josh, you've now changed trainers, no longer with Ben Davison. You're now with Joe McNally, who we see sitting next to you. Josh, why did you decide to make a change at trainer?
Because I needed a change. The trainer wasn't right for me. It wasn't right for me. It wasn't working for me. I need to do what I do for myself and do what I do best.
The thing is, it's not the trainer's fault. It's yours. It's not the trainer's fault. You go and switch another trainer and then you have to adapt. You're going to still fight the same that you probably fought with Catterall. Doesn't change. Doesn't change. That shows weakness. That's how I see it. Whether he's your new trainer or not, it's just the facts, mate.
Tio, let me ask you. You must have seen some clips or criticism of Josh Taylor's last fight, and he hasn't been out for a year. Do you think that makes a difference?
Doesn't matter, you know. I mean, it really doesn't matter what makes a difference, whether he's been out for a year or not. You know, he tells himself who he is, and every day he goes there and he looks himself in the mirror probably and says, I'm this Scottish, you know, giant guy, and I'm going to beat Teofimo and put him on a stretcher.
Scottish-Italian guy? What doesn't make sense?
That's a Scottish, you know. But, hey, really, it just comes to all those things. I can't necessarily speak upon what he's going to do until we get there in the ring. So, you know, everything else is just noise.
You mentioned weight classes there, and Josh Taylor has campaigned at 140 for most of his career, if not all of his career. You were at lightweight. You're moving up now. This is your 3rd fight at 140 pounds. So let's bring in LaRon Turner, strength and conditioning coach of Tio. How is Tio handling this 140 pounds?
Oh, he's handling it really well, man. He's putting on size, but he's cutting down at the same time. It's pretty crazy. His body can adapt to anything I give him, whether it's circuit training, whether it's running, long distances, weight training. He's adapting to it all. It's amazing seeing him work really hard every single day.
Getting it.
Josh, we know that in the lead up to this fight, you've said that Teofimo is mentally fragile. You said you're going to decapitate him, right? So why do you feel that way?
Just with the things he says, the things he does. He's mentally weak. He's a mouse. And he's already got the doubts in his mind. And I'm going to cement him, and I'm going to put this guy into retirement after I've given him that much of a beating and a schooling.
A mouse or a moose? Which one is it?
A mouse.
A mouse? Yeah, I love that.
A moose is mighty.
I love that
saying,
mate.
You're a mouse.
Thank you for the compliment. Oh, man. I can't wait, man. I'm going to this guy up, man. I can't wait. This is going to be fun.
You've got asthma, your lungs are going to be on fire. Trust me. I'm going to make you work that hard. Your heart and lungs are going to be exploding.
What do I have to lose? What do I have to lose? I'm Teofimo, against all odds. The guy that comes in there when everyone thinks that he's done. I give you guys what you want, but I'm not going to give you guys what you need until June 10th.
Let's just get back to the sport of boxing for a moment.
No, that is boxing, though. What are you talking about, mate? That is boxing. Boxing is what it was.
Clown.
Hey, don't shake yourself, man.
This guy's a piece of
Don't shake yourself.
You're a piece of
I'm not just a piece. I'm all of it.
Yeah, you are. Piece of big, massive bit of
While you go out there with your Scottish dress and you look like, oh, let me know.
Hey, you're going to feel the wrath, boy. Trust me. You're going to feel it.
That's all rubbish, mate.
You're known as the Tartan Tornado. You're a very proud Scotsman, aren't you?
Yeah.
Does that play a part in your standing?
Absolutely. That's part of my makeup. I am a very proud fighting Scotsman. And I'm very proud to put my country on the map. The first undisputed world champion since Ken Buchanan, who just recently passed away. So that's one thing I'm very proud of putting my country on the map, representing Scotland.
And you like to walk into the bagpipes,
absolutely,
don't you?
Absolutely. Scottish warrior. Absolutely.
You're both phenomenal fighters. It's in you. But I wanted to ask Joe, because we haven't heard from Joe yet, about the technical things that you're working on with Josh for the style of Teofimo Lopez.
Yeah, well, you know, Garrett, it's I've knew Teo for a long time, representing Honduras in the Olympics and a few fights before that, and you know, we caught me eye back then. You know, we still see the professional now as the kid he was back then, doing the same things. He's developed, he's come on, he's won a lot, and you know, we've utilised a lot of stuff we can capitalise on, and likewise be careful also, because he's a dangerous fighter and the respect to be shown in the gym. Josh is shown and respect, and he's in fantastic condition, as you can see, and you know, he'll be ready come the 10th of June.
Is it going to be a very technical fight early on?
It's going to be any fight what Josh wants to play. Josh wants to fight in the pocket if he wants to box. He's not the undisputed champion for nothing, and look, Teo will be dancing to Josh Taylor's tune on the 10th, and truly believe that.
It's going to be a great fight. This is a hell of a fight, and this is the fight of the century. Not that Garcia and Davis fight. This is the true kingpin of it all. It's the 100th year of the Ring magazine, the Rocky belt. Can't wait. Yeah, I'm excited.
He's right. It's a big fight. It's a big fight. It's a great fight. It's a huge fight, and it's one that's huge both sides of the pond, here and over there. So it's got the people talking. So it's a big fight, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say, is this a must-win fight for you, Josh, in lots of ways? Is it a must-win fight for him?
Every fight's a must-win fight. Every fight's a must-win fight. If this fight goes wrong, or I get the wrong decision, then it's back to the drawing board for me. And my plans that I've got to become 2-weight world champion go way back. So, yes, every fight is a must-win fight. I've got plans and ambitions that I want to do. I'm become a 2-weight world champion. Hell, two-weight undisputed world champion, something that nobody's in the sport's ever done. That's the kind of goals that I've got. So every fight is a must-win fight.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the new lightweight champion of the world, George Kambosos.
Teo, can I ask you, Josh hasn't lost yet. How is a boxer affected after that loss? What do you have to go through to come back?
See, that's the thing. That's probably why he calls me a mouse, because I don't believe I lost that fight neither, man. The referee raised my hand before they called it for Kambosos. I know how it works. I know the ones and twos. To me, it's not really a loss. It's just lessons. You learn how to maneuver after that. See, he doesn't know what defeat tastes like yet. I've lost 21 times in my whole career, and I'm still going. And people call me a legend. People call me the greatest. And it's because of those reasons. We never stop.
Who calls you the
Keep
greatest?
moving for it.
You call yourself the greatest?
I'm the double greatest, not the greatest. The greatest is Muhammad Ali, but I'm the double greatest.
Okay. All right.
Look, technically with Taylor, you know, good fundamentals. He tries to keep his distance, catches his range. You know, he baits. There's a lot of things, man. I could really execute on those things that I understand from my own experience. And this is what it is. If you say you're the greatest, you got to prove it, right? So fight the best guys in the game. And that's what I'm doing. We've asked for Josh Taylor for a long time, and we've worked our way. It's not something that we were asking as let it be given. You know, Josh Taylor is the best guy that everyone wants. I'm here stepping on there with only 3 fights. This is my 3rd fight, technically at 140. A lot of you guys don't even know your research about Teofimo, that I fought at 40 before. You guys don't know about Teofimo, and I'm thankful for it because it's perfect. It's really perfect. This is technically my 4th fight at 140.
Tio, are you showing respect for Josh there by the things you're saying about him?
I'm just speaking on his accolades. I'm not showing respect on that part. I'm just speaking the facts. Facts is not respect. The hell? Why do I gotta respect this? What is there to respect?
Well, he was the undisputed champion. He won the Super Series.
And I was the undisputed champion at 135, and y'all took that away from me. Who gives a fly? Y'all scared of Teofimo at 25. I'm young. I haven't even hit my prime yet. I'm just getting warmed up.
You ain't going to have a prime after this fight.
Oh, yeah, you know what? You're right. They're going to call me a greatest and the youngest active Hall of Famer at 25. That's more than prime.
You'll be retired.
That's more than prime.
I'm going to put you in retirement, early retirement.
You're at the end of your road, and your trainer knows it, but he's got to motivate you mentally to get there. That's all. Carry the man. Carry that dead weight.
I don't need no mental motivation. Trust me.
Just carry that dead weight, you fat. Carry it.
I've got a mental fortitude.
Carry it, man.
I'm a mental fort. You're a mouse.
Thank you.
I'm unbreakable mentally. I'm unbreakable mentally.
I'm only warming up.
That's the one that's going to make us win. All right?
How important is your father in your corner?
Oh, my father's everything, man. The dynamic duo, you know. I like to keep him reserved right now, you know, for my own reasons. This is not a backup guy here next to me. This is a team sport. So that's really what it is. My father is everything. A lot of people want to bring other trainers involved. I've had assistant coaches, but they don't know about boxing to the point that my father does. And that's why it's just me and him going into this fight. Don't want nobody, don't need nobody coming in that. My father's a very, very intelligent man in the game. Very. I mean, I know my in boxing, and he still surprises me daily. Daily.
Josh, we know that you've had success when you've come over to America in the past. Do you feel like coming to New York? Is this enemy territory?
Nah, boxing ring's a boxing ring. I'm excited for coming to New York. It's the mecca of boxing, Madison Square Garden. I'm fighting in the arena where 99% of boxers who turn professional and dream of becoming world champion want to fight in New York City in Madison Square Garden. I'm one of the very few that's doing it. So, nah, it's not enemy territory. This is a dream come true, fighting in a venue like this.
Tio, you're proudly representing Brooklyn, New York. On June 10th, what do you think it's going to be like in Madison Square Garden? What are the fans going to be like?
Oh, man, it's a whole, always, every time you fight at the Mecca, it's just a different energy. And that's what gets me going, you know, that's really what it is. So when it comes to the Mecca, you just got to be there to actually feel the experience. That's where legends are born, you know, and that night I'm just going to have fun. That's what I missed, you know. I wasn't having fun. The Martin fight, I was taking it too serious, you know what I'm saying? We just got to have fun.
You weren't having fun in recent fights. You're having fun again now.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, I'm not in Vegas. I'm not doing camp in any of those sorts, sucking me dry. You know, I got to live a little bit. You know, I'm young. I'm 25. I'm having fun. And that's what was the takeover, you know, back to back. 2017, 2018 Prospect of the Years, 2019. We won the World Championship in Mecca.
Anything is possible!
So it's just all those things.
In terms of official predictions, Josh, I know you've said you're going to knock him out in rounds 6 through 8. You're going to retire this man. So let me ask you this. Why do you feel that way?
Because I'm the best. And this guy's so mentally insecure. I'm going to cement all his insecurities that he's got, and he's going to be retired.
Tio, when you hear Josh Taylor say he's going to knock you out in the middle rounds, he's going to retire you, what is your response?
Oh, the only best response. Everyone got a plan until they get punched in the face. Mike Tyson.
You're not Mike Tyson. You ain't no Mike Tyson. Trust me.
I don't want to be. I'm Teofimo, the one and only. The man, the myth, the legend. That's it.
But I got to poke you, Josh, for a minute and just say, when you say, just call you out on this, you don't watch him.
No, really not.
It's hard to believe that.
I do and focus on myself. Yeah. I watch his fights when they're live, when they've been live. Okay. I've watched his fights. I've seen enough of him. I've seen how much mistakes he makes fundamentally. He's never changed. He's never changed.
Wait, didn't you say you didn't watch none of my film?
Says I saw you when you're live. I watch your fights when you're live. Like yourself, I'm a boxing fan.
But then he said he didn't watch none of my fight live.
So when you're live, I watch your fights. I don't study this guy.
Not the Martin either.
I've saw enough of him. He's not in my league, and I'm going to knock him out, and that's it.
Contradicting yourself there, buddy.
You got a final message, Tio, for Josh or all of us?
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Hey, listen, for everybody tuning in, listen, thank you guys. To all my fans, to all my friends, and to all the children out there that are seeing this and really want to become something in the sport, you know, this is what it takes. Not just a trash talk, but backing it up and putting everything on your back and carrying it with not pride, but with humility and with grace.
You're talking about humility and grace?
Well, yeah, it's how you carry it.
This guy just talks so much. It's unbelievable.
Well, this is a fight game.
You're a clown,
I'm outside the ring right now, mate. I'm outside the ring. There's a whole nother guy. You got to be, like Kobe actually says. He says, are you the same beast, but a different animal?
You're so stupid, mate. It's unbelievable.
Right now, you're seeing a different animal right now. So, you know, it's just those things. I don't really need to talk to you. I'm talking to my people at the moment. And para la raza, para toda mi gente, latino, público, mira, Latinoamérica, estamos aquí para pelear con este y vamos a ganar esta pelea. It's just really what it is, man.
Sí, estamos entendiendo, Teo, en español, claro. But in English again, can you take his fans by beating him?
I think I've already got his fans, to be honest.
Yeah. But, you know, so for everybody, you know, I'm grateful for this opportunity. This is what we do. This is how we do it. This is why we call ourselves a takeover. And this fight right here will solidify as in the worldwide takeover.
Hey, I've had enough of this guy.
June 10th, ESPN. Get your tickets now.
Hey, I've had enough of listening to you, waffling on. A lot of I'm off, ski. See you on June 10th.
This man's on his way out, you know, 30-something years old. You know, he's got to leave. All good. Hey, but we stay.
We're going to have to say goodbye for now. Thanks very much for your time over there. We cannot wait for June the 10th. We cannot wait for this fight. It really is set up to be absolutely spectacular.
Well, unfortunately for all of us, it is June the 10th. And you know what that means? This fight is going down.
It's fight night.
It is fight night. We are just maybe about an hour, I would say, away from our main event. Hopefully less. It is the WBO and Lineal Ring Magazine Junior Welterweight World Championship fight. The champ, Josh Taylor, taking on the challenger, Teofimo Lopez, here at the theater at Madison Square Garden. Christina Pondra and Jamel Herring here with you. Let's talk a little main event while we have some time before we get to our co-main. How about just on this man right here, Teofimo Lopez? There is a lot that has been said from him and about him and where he is, you know, mentally, more so even than physically if he's capable tonight. How would you kind of assess this whole promotion and what you've seen from Teofimo?
Well, the one thing that I took from that footage we just seen a moment ago was the fact that he said that he's going to have fun again. He claims he hasn't been having fun in his last two outings. He's changed his camp environment from Las Vegas to Florida with nature, like he pointed out in the fighter meeting. But again, there's still a lot of questions in terms of you can say all the right things, and he knows how to say the right things. This is not Teofimo's first rodeo. He knows how to promote himself. But again, it all has to show up in the ring where it matters the most. So that's the big question. We know what Josh Taylor is capable of. We know what Josh Taylor is going to do, or what can he do. But I think there's more questions surrounding Teofimo Lopez in this matchup than Josh Taylor.
Would you say that because of how you see them matching up physically, or would you say it's because of where more or less the questions have been surrounding where Teofimo is at mentally?
I think it's more where Teofimo's at mentally. I mean, let's not forget his last outing. We all know that infamous clip where he asked himself, does he still have it? Now, the world's going to ask tonight, does he still have it? You know, he claims that, you know, he was just talking to be talking, whatever. But at the same time, you know, the way his expression showed it after his last outing. So there's a lot he has to answer, and mainly within himself. But like I put in there earlier, he has all the skills and the tools in the world to be great and become a champion again. But you got to have the right mindset when you're fighting a guy like Josh Taylor, who's all business. And Josh Taylor also has a chip on his shoulder from his last outing, but he seems to have more of a seek and destroy approach coming into this fight. And I know Josh, like I said, again, I've known him for over 10 years, and he's very serious about his craft, and he's taking his fight very seriously as well.
Some great analysis there by my partner, Jamel Herring. More on the main event and our co-main event still to come. Stay with us.
Champion of the world, introducing Naoya Monster.
the next great Puerto Rican champion.
Xander Zayas! Now a combination. Look at Xander Zayas.
Now you're seeing that Puerto Rican blood. That's what you're seeing from Xander Zayas right now.
Headshot after headshot. Left hook again.
There's a lot to be impressed with in this young fighter. Puerto Rico's got another great champion on their hands.
That certainly seems to be the hope around much of the boxing community and the fans of Puerto Rico, is that Xander Zayas kind of pick up that torch and carry it for the island of Puerto Rico. And he's done his part as a pro so far at only 20 years old, 15-0 with 10 knockouts, fighting at the junior middleweight division, working his way up the rankings, now the top 20, and a majority of them top 10 in the WBA and WBO. We've seen him grow from a 17-year-old now to a 20-year-old, 3-year professional, starting at 147 and making his way up. What do you like about Xander Zayas? What do you think it is for fans that are just tuning in if they haven't seen him? What makes people say he could be the next one?
He's getting better with each fight. He's getting better with each fight. He's growing, and we're watching him grow right before our eyes within the ring. You know, like every time he gets in the ring, he always shows a new dynamic to his arsenal or what he's picked up, and he corrects his mistakes from the last. Even when he feels like he's had a lukewarm, performance in there, he still manages to still capture us with like something like, you know what, I see what he's doing, I see what he's working at, I see where he's going. So definitely, I can understand why the whole island of Puerto Rico is on his shoulders. But for a young man, because like I said, when we got him, he was a kid before, but for a young man now, he's taking the pressure and he's handling it very well. I
couldn't agree with you more. And when you're looking for a star, especially that represents an island where there's so much charisma, personality, love, happiness. Like, he embodies all of that in just when he smiles and the way he carries himself too. So you spoke to those tangible boxing things, but I think he also has those intangibles outside of the ring that allows him that grace and that energy to carry that torch, if you will, on this weekend for his promoter Top Rank, and on many other levels as he ascends through the boxing world. Let's take a look back at Xander Zayas' last fight. It was a unanimous decision in this same building, in the big room in MSG Madison Square Garden, against Alexis Salazar Flores. That was a tough fight. Freddie Roach trained fighter in Flores, but he had a pretty dominant performance over 8 rounds for that.
He was slick. He was swift in there. He tightened up his defense. He was rolling with the shots, countering off the shots. He showed a little bit of everything. And again, if you go from his first fight with Top Rank to his last fight, you can clearly see the difference in this kid's growth.
Tonight, he's taking on Ronald El Diablo Cruz, who is getting ready in just a few moments to make his ring walk as we get ready for our co-main event tonight. Let's first listen to Xander Zayas talking about the significance of fighting on this weekend in New York City.
This is my first time fighting in Puerto Rican Day weekend, and it does make it special. The people is going to be rooting for me, the fans.
This is the moment he dreamed of.
Puerto Rico makes great fighters because we have pride on what we do. We put love into this. We have the people behind us, and the support that we need from the island. It's a small island with a lot of heart, a lot of dedication, a lot of hard work. Fighting for the Miguel Cotto Trophy, it's a dream. It's a dream. Somebody that I look up to, somebody that I admire as a person and as a fighter. To be fighting for this trophy, especially in Puerto Rican Day weekend, it's a dream come true.
A dream come true indeed, albeit 1 year later than he would have liked, considering he was going to fight on this weekend last year before he got sick over in Australia alongside George Kambosos, his trainer that he shares, Javier Centino. But taking a look at some of the footage of Xander Zayas, my partner Jamel mentioned it before, he does a lot of things really well, and he continues to get better. He throws a lot of punches. He throws great combination variety. He has a good variation of his punches. He's strong. He can box. He's been working on his footwork, been working on his angles, and I think also growing into his weight too as a young man at just 20 years old.
Agreed. And you see these small clips, He knows his space. He knows his distance. He knows his spacing and everything. He's very well. He doesn't overcommit the shots. You know, he sits on his punches very well. He gets good range on his shots. And more importantly, like I said, I just like how he's sharpened up that defense where he can take less punishment and to prolong his career, which will turn into a great career as long as he continues on this path.
He has taken some time off to heal some injuries that he didn't want to, or an injury that he didn't really want to tell us much about in the fighter meeting, but that's what delayed his return a little bit more. His last fight was in December 10th. And just 1 week shy now of the longest layoff of his career, 182 days. But nonetheless, let's take a look at the weigh-ins. He still made the weight, looked great on the scale in his way back. That's his opponent there, Ronald El Diablo Cruz, weighing in at 152.4. There's Xander Sayas. 152.8 for Sayas, who, as you can see, has a significant height advantage. We'll look into that more now with Jamel and the tail of the tape.
Tail of the tape. Even though my partner just pointed out that Cruz and Xander have a significant height difference, it's only about a one inch height advantage. But I'm looking at the reach advantage going into Zayas' favor with the 3 inches over Cruz's 71.
And he'll use every bit of that, especially
off
that jab.
Yes, he will, because he fights, so he definitely uses his spacing and
the tail
very well.
The tail of the tape making me look like a liar. That did look like more than a 1 inch height advantage, and we'll see that in the ring. But he definitely looked like he had a couple.
But we can put out the 11-year age advantage going into Zayas' favor.
That part. He does have youth on his side, and he will be making his ring walk now with Hilario Carrion to a song that he wrote for Xander Sayas, Si Lo Puedes Soñar. This music video that Xander Sayas has been a part of, about if you dream it, you can achieve it, anything is possible, has over 10 million views on YouTube.
Hey, I don't care what you say. If you're a fighter and an artist, a popular artist writes a song about you, you're definitely going places.
And here comes Xander Sayas. At just 20 years old, Xander Sayas does carry a maturity about him beyond his years. Managed by Peter Kahn and under the tutelage of trainer Javier Centino, who has been with him since his amateur days. His father, stepfather, but he doesn't like to use the word stepfather because he believes it is his father, Orlando Garcia, in his corner. Fantastic team around him. Mark Chinook is in the ring right now with our beautiful Top Rank Knockouts to give us the official introduction.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the world's most famous arena. We're at the theater at Madison Square Garden. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by Boost Mobile, Money is Power, by AutoZone, Get in the Zone, by Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations, and by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. This bout is scheduled for 8 rounds for the NABF and NABO Junior middleweight titles. Our judges at ringside, John McKay, Alan Nace, and Robin Taylor. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Steve Willis. Introducing first out of the blue corner. He weighed in at 152.4 pounds. Wearing black trunks with red trim. His record, 18 victories, 2 defeats, 1 draw, 12 of those victories coming by way of knockout. Representing North Hollywood, California, Ronald Diablo Cruz. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 152.8 pounds. Wearing black trunks with gold trim. His record is perfect. 15 fights, 15 victories. 10 of those victories coming by way of knockout. He is the reigning and defending NABF and
Okay, gentlemen, you both have your instructions in the dressing room. I want you to obey the command to protect yourselves at all times. Right now, it's going to be under the letters here. Right now, it's going to be under the gold. Tap it up. Let's go to work.
All right, Steve Lewis, the third man in the ring tonight for our co-main event. Xander Saez taking on Ronald Cruz. Christina Poncher and Jamel Herring here with you on the call tonight from the theater at Madison Square Garden. This one's scheduled for 8 rounds. Xander Saez defending his NABF and NABO junior middleweight world titles.
And listen, I'm excited for this matchup, but I'm definitely excited to see Steve Willis in the ring right along with him. Always entertaining.
One of the infamous faces of boxing and his expressions when he's in the ring. And I'd like to welcome all of our friends watching on Sky Sports. Oh my goodness, a knockout here early in round 1.
And again, hello our friends over there watching Sky Sports with Christina Poncher and I.
Appreciate you. The action comes first, my friend, and action is getting started quick and early. A body shot with the left hand, a little low there by Saez. You got to come out ready against a guy like Xander Saez. You can't come out cold, and he got caught cold quickly in the first 30 seconds of this fight.
I mean, and no excuses. In the fight, I mean, he told us, hey, I've been waiting for this fight since December. Now the moment's here. You better make the most of it.
Yeah, he started camp in December for what was supposed to be a March date against Xander Saez that got pushed back a little bit to April, and now all the way till June. He's had him on the mind for 6 months, and right now he's had him on his body with that body shot again with the left hand.
And Saez is sharp right now. He's just sharp. He came out the gun fast, slick, strong. Cruz got some, got to play catch up. He's already down 10-8 in this round so far.
Xander Saez ready for this moment, waiting for this moment, albeit in a co-main event spot here on Puerto Rican Day weekend in New York City. But could he be the next Puerto Rican star, the one to headline this event for his promoter, Top Rank Boxing, in the years to come?
Nice jab though from Saez.
Cruz with a smile.
He's keeping him busy with that jab. He's not
right hand gets in.
He's not overcommitting the jab. Saez, he's just basically using it as a range finder. Putting some space and distance between them so he can launch that straight right hand again. Just like that. Sharp.
Using some of the feints he told us in the fighter meetings as well that he was going to implement into his game.
And sadly to say, feints is actually a lost art in boxing at times. Not too many fighters you see really throwing as many feints. Nice right hand from Saez there. Over the shoulder of Cruz. Oh,
nice left hook. Great start to round 1 for Xander Saez.
Beautiful work with that jab. I need you to continue that jab work, right? I want you to add a little bit more feints in there, though, okay? Let's get that feint going. Let's see if we can go ahead and pause with those hands up. Don't let him drop those hands. We know where to go after that, okay? Top or bottom. Nice deep breath.
In there? Yeah. I want the 6 now. The 6 is available, okay? Okay. You're taking too long going up and down. You got to be faster. Okay. Now, as soon as you get inside of him, as soon as he comes in here, bring that hook. Bring that hook and that uppercut. Okay?
Yep.
Move your head.
Okay.
Sharp. Boom.
There's a knockdown.
That counter right hand. Counter right hand. Set it up. Bam. Oh, he slipped it.
Ronald Cruz, trained by Superman Juan Jimenez. He said, most people will know me by Superman, not so much by Juan Jimenez. I said, okay, we'll drop the Superman on the broadcast, don't you worry. And he's got his man down at 10-8 round there after getting dropped in the first 30 seconds of the fight.
Cruz can't reach. Every time he reaches, it overextends. Saez is right there waiting for the counter. You gotta step with the jab, Cruz. You gotta double it up.
1, 2, 3.
Cruz training out of the Brick House Boxing Gym. Also went to Robert Garcia's Boxing Academy and Wild Card.
Yeah, he's been everywhere. He's
all around the gym to try to get the best sparring that he could to help him prepare and sharpen his schools.
Every time he over there, he's got. Oh my! Zayas broke the guard of Cruz with a left uppercut.
Doubling up on the jab, exactly on point what Javier Centeno told him to do.
And you see it every time Cruz throws his jab, he over lunges, and what happens? Zayas throws the right hand right over Cruz's left shoulder every time. He gotta bring that jab back to the guard.
He's just having a hard time trying to find any space to throw his punches.
Or gaining momentum as well.
Body shot gets in there for Cruz.
I like though how Zayas is trying to keep the fight in the middle of the ring though. Even when he feels like he's back against the rope, what does he do? He turns and brings him right back to the center of the ring.
Uppercut just misses for Zayas.
Little combination from Cruz.
Cruz looking to establish his jab. There goes Xander Zayas with the left hand up top into the body.
Get your fight ready. Get your fight ready.
Jab stops everything. Everything starts and finishes with the jab.
1, 2, 3.
And right back to the jab.
He's got to keep that lead left hand up, does Cruz once he leans in.
There we go. You hear Cruz's corner saying, step in with that, step in with that. And not only should he step in, but he's throwing one shot and he's reaching. You got to take your feet with you.
Oh, beautiful shot there, right and left.
And finish with a body shot. Another good round for Zayas.
Let's listen in.
You're coming into that left side quite often. Let's go ahead and touch that right side as well. Okay? Look, when you get on that right side, make sure that shoulder's right. Right aiming right at him, right? Let him come over the top. You can sneak that uppercut in, okay? Give me a nice deep breath. Give me 5.
Looking for that uppercut and to do some more work on the right side of Cruz as well.
Good work. Let's touch that body. Okay?
Slip, boom. That's that uppercut. Broke right through the guard with that left hand. And then he came with the same left hand around the guard for a hook. Just look at it again. Oh, nope, there's another shot. And that right hand, bam. Over that lazy jab of Cruz.
Round 3, this one's scheduled for 8. Xander Zayas telling us this week he's ready for a 10-rounder. He's ready for a 12, 14, 16. That's exactly what we're saying.
Old school, yeah, he's old school with it.
Strong shots down with the body shot, then back up top. Then gets right out of range.
Cruz caught him. He caught him. With a two-piece combination with a 1-2. Back Zayas up for a moment there. Good jab.
Quadrupling up on the jab there.
Nice little lateral movement from Zayas there.
Jamel, what can Cruz do to try to get some sort of offense going?
He has to start doubling on his jab. See, right there's a good jab, but he has to start doubling up to keep Zayas busy. Yeah, like stuff like just like that. You got to keep him busy. You got to keep your opponent occupied. Whether you're throwing things back at him, you got to keep him thinking that you're not just a sitting target for him to beat up on.
Down to the body with the stab jab for Zayas.
See, that's not gonna do it. Just, you know, playing the peekaboo stance and style, that gives Xander Zayas a target to shoot at. And then you put your hands up like that, he's either gonna try to break through with the jab or get that sneaky left uppercut in there again.
That was the shot that his corner was telling when he lands a body shot there. That one looked good with the left hand.
See, that's not, see, it's just a punching bag when you do that, when you come out like that.
Another tough shot gets in.
I used to love that. I used to love seeing that. Every time a fighter would put their hands up like that, like, and play defense, they just become punching bag. And now you're able to basically go under the elbows with the body shots as we see from Zayas, or potentially punch through the guard. And then if they're using lateral movement, like how Zayas has been doing, you can't see your opponent because your hands is blocking your vision now. And trust me, folks, I've been a victim of making those same mistakes. I've done that, the same thing, when I had for Shakur, and Shakur was throwing it around my guard all night because I kept, you know, trying to walk it down, playing the peekaboo stance, and he would just throw it around the guard every time. So I know firsthand.
Yeah, Ronald Cruz is finding out right about now that he may need to try to make another adjustment as he comes out for this next round.
And to add on to that, I would say that adjustment is probably fighting. I could have sworn though, like he, in the fighting meeting, did he not mention that if plan A doesn't work, you gotta go through B, C, and D?
He did. And I was trying to listen to what plan letter they were on right now in that corner, but let's look at some highlights.
Probably on plan A too.
Hypnotize him as long as you go ahead and work those, come off those angles and work up and down. Okay? Once you start standing in front of him like this, you're giving him time to think. Remember, if you don't see it, walk away. Walk away, set it up again. Okay?
Yeah, okay, I see it. All right. I'm good. I ain't tripping. Good, baby.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Okay, let's go.
Taking a look at the CompuBox numbers through the first 3 rounds of this fight, Xander Zayas has thrown 238 punches compared to 131 punches for Cruz, landing at a 46% clip on his power shots for Xander Zayas. There's another.
Sneaky right hand for Zayas. Broke to the guard though.
With the left hand as well.
Oh, good body shot. Good body shot from Zayas. Again, to the other side. And Cruz is like, yeah, shaking his head like, you know, come on, but you got to get some offense started yourself, my man.
And I'm just trying to find out how Cruz even threw 132 punches for the first 3 rounds. That sounds like more than what we actually saw.
But you see the percentage, though, of total landed.
19%.
19%.
Oh, down to the body with the right hand. That's been something Zayas has been consistent on, is that body attack. Over 100 body shots thrown.
And like you pointed out before the fight, this man throws a lot of punches, and he has not stopped throwing. And all his punches, you know, they're landing with precision for the most part. They all have a meaning.
Oh, gets caught with the jab there from Cruz.
Backing out, hands down.
And that's one of the things Cruz said, was he believes that Xander doesn't always take his head off the line. And in fact that he fatigues later on in fights too, and they look to step on it late towards the second half of the fight, but you gotta get there.
Yeah, you gotta get there first. At this rate, I'm not saying he's close to being put out, but if you allow Zayas to continue just, you know, doing what he wants, you might not get to the later round. He did say in the fight meeting that he plans on taking him into deep waters, but like you put it out, you gotta get there first. Well, that shit might sell.
Looking for a right hand coming from Cruz over his jab. He just hasn't really been able to unleash that weapon much here.
There we go.
He gets a couple shots off.
Quick.
But he gives it right back. He stopped, he gives it right back. Nice little left hook to the body from Zayas.
And gets caught with a right hand from Cruz there.
Work your way out. Hands are free. Hands are free. Work it out. Work it out. Hands are free. You got one hand. You got one hand free.
Right. Counter with the right. All right.
In our main event, there is the WBO and Lineal Ring Magazine World Champ Josh Taylor jumping some rope, getting warmed up. Get ready for his fight. That's coming up next in our main event. Gotta stay warm, never know.
Yeah.
Skipping rope in his undies. That's how he's. Are you okay with that? The jump rope getting warmed up now? Is it getting off some energy?
If it gets the blood, if it gets that heart rate pumping, then it's cool. But yeah, I've never skipped rope. I'm used to just gloving up and hitting some pads just to get loose. But everyone has their own thing. But I don't do it in my undies though.
The tartan draws for the tartan tornado. Round 5 scheduled for 8. More of those front foot feints. Say that 3 times fast, you know? Front foot feints.
Front foot feint, We'll get back to you on that one later on, folks. And you know what's crazy? You mentioned that Cruz says Zayas doesn't move his head up the line, but for the most part in this fight, Cruz has been the one that's kept his head on the swivel. Now the crowd's getting restless. I don't know why. I thought Zayas was doing a great...
It's because they're showing a toolbox in the screen in the arena of Teofimo Lopez getting warmed up. So I think that's some of the fans that have made the trip over, and the fans that he has here of Josh Taylor kind of booing Xander.
so much for Teofimo having a home field advantage.
You know what? It really didn't feel that way at the weigh-ins.
No, it didn't.
Really didn't.
Okay. Cruz with a nice combination there. We need more of that.
Uppercut lead combination from Zayas.
That hurt.
And when you smile and nod, that's usually what that hurt.
That's one thing about Zayas, though. If you catch him with a good combination or a shot, he's coming right back. And that's why I said that Cruz needs to continue being busy. Don't just admire your work. Go back to work. Continue working.
Right hand gets in for Cruz. Action back to the center of the ring as Zayas again.
For Cruz, nice little counter. Now, Xander Zayas needs to bring back his left hand on that jab back. And you see where that left hand is going, and Cruz, he's watching it. Good three-punch combination from Zayas. And nice combination coming back from Cruz.
Cruz picking up a little bit of momentum from the last round, and now this round able to land a few more combinations, but right back comes Zayas connecting with several scoring punches there.
Yeah, and just a moment ago I see some blood flowing out of Cruz's mouth from all these accumulation of punches. But I guess this is the part where Cruz meant by deep orders, because he's been a lot more active this round than any other round so far in this fight.
Well, he did say towards the second half of the fight they kind of wanted to step it up. Round 5, we're here.
Yeah.
And there is Teofimo Lopez. That's kind of the shot that the crowd was seeing in the arena when you heard some of the boos as he's getting his hands wrapped and getting ready to look to capture a world title now at 140 pounds. He's the former undisputed lightweight champion down at 135 pounds. This now coming up another weight class looking to beat the man who had all the belts at 140 pounds, which was Josh Taylor, before he either got stripped or vacated some of those titles for not fighting mandatories in each of the various sanctioning bodies. But tonight we'll be defending the WBO, and of course he still has that Ring Magazine title.
The one that counts, the one that matters, the man of the division.
Yep.
That title, folks.
So the double takeover, as he said he should be dubbed after he takes over another division, is what he's looking to do this evening. Not coming up next in our main event for right now. It's been all Xander Sayas here in our co-main through the first 5 rounds, scoring a knockdown of Cruz in round 1 and outlanding his opponent.
Okay, Cruz coming on though now.
By a significant margin, according to the CompuBox numbers, landing 42% of his shots to the body, 43% of his power shots.
I like how Cruz is kind of like boxing him a little bit more instead of just walking him down with his hands up. You know, even on time he does go back to the peekaboo style, but he's starting to throw that jab a little bit more than he was in the last five rounds or so. See right there, he doesn't need to do. He doesn't need to do that though.
That's the uppercut. He definitely doesn't want to serve his chin out there on the platter for the shot that Xander's coach has been calling for, which is that uppercut.
And he's squaring up.
Back to the jab goes Sayas.
Love that jab.
Triples up on it.
Yeah. The jab, honestly, it keeps Cruz honest.
Cruz got in a right hand and there, a sneaky shot, but no umph, if you will, on the punches of Cruz. He's just kind of flinging them to let it go.
Good combination from Cruz, though. And here comes Zayas. Every time. He does not like to be outdone. I've noticed that. Ooh. Little left hand to the body. Another one from Zayas. Oh, and then he snuck in a sneaky uppercut.
Cruz has 2 career losses. Both of those have come by unanimous decision. One of them in his last fight against Damian Sosa, in a fight that he did not look bad in that fight. When I watched it back, I mean, it was a really good performance for Sosa, but Ronald Cruz more than held his own, albeit coming out losing a unanimous decision. His other loss was only in his 3rd pro fight, so very durable, and Xander Sayas knew that coming into this fight.
And he has a chin.
And he sparred with some really tough guys.
Yeah.
I mean, he's sparred at every gym. He sparred Mike Tyson in the past, you know, to get him ready for an exhibition. He's sparred Sergey Lipinets. He's sparred Janibek Alimkhanala.
Yeah, he just caught Xander with a good right hand a moment ago. Good counter.
Body shot too, though, right?
Yeah. And digging again.
Zayas right back down to the body as more of that kind of clinching you talked about, or holding his guard of Cruz. Oh. A lot of different flags, though, in the audience tonight. You got the Puerto Rican flags, you got some of the Honduran flags, you got, of course, the Scottish flag. I mean, it's just, it's really an international card if you look at the fighters that we've had, even in the last 6 fights.
But this is why we love boxing. Boxing brings the world together when you look at it.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hey, try his gloves.
Oh yeah, there's like dye leaking, isn't there?
The penultimate round. This one's scheduled for 8. round 7, 200 more punches thrown by Xander Zayas than that of Ronald Cruz, landing twice as many shots through the first 6 rounds.
Love that jab. I love how Zayas, he didn't get away from the jab. Even this late in the fight, he still goes back to the fundamentals, and he's still constantly pumping out that jab. I love the aggression that Cruz is showing, though, with some more sense of urgency, especially with the fact that possibly he may need a knockdown. I mean, well, a knockout at this point.
Catches him with a little check hook on the inside there.
They both kind of get each other on the inside with little petty shots here and there. Good body shot from Zayas. Another one.
Right back to it for Zayas. There's another Puerto Rican I know that's been known to throw some left hooks to the body.
His idol.
The one and only Miguel Cotto. Fought on this day for Top Rank and
in this building.
In this building.
Many times.
I think going back to 2005 was the first kind of Puerto Rican Day weekend show that Top Rank has put on, and he carried that torch for many, many years, and they're looking for the next one, I'll tell you that. Oh, good combination, just sweat spewing off the head of Cruz.
Sharp.
Xander, sharp is a great word, Jamal. He has looked sharp from the opening bell. And you can tell that he's told us his body needed that rest, that injury that he was battling, that it's kept him out of the ring 182 days. He looks refreshed. He looks sharp because he has had a very busy young career. Kept him very busy.
It looks like he didn't even miss a step though.
And good on the young fighter for listening to his body and what he needed at just 20 years old, knowing I need to preserve this for the longevity of my career. Big shot there. Again, right back to it.
Kind of rattle Cruz there again. Now you see
Cruz is hurt.
The ref is looking closely.
Cruz is definitely hurt. Willis taking a good look. Another barrage of punches comes in, but Cruz stays on his feet. Zayas pouring the heat on more so now here in round 7.
And he's actually fighting Cruz's game. Chest to chest, forehead to forehead. Oh,
it's tough.
Yeah, Cruz is tough.
Oh, the tough is getting him punched in the mouth right now as Xander continues to pour on. That is the end of the round. Woo. Those last 30 seconds, 45 seconds, Xander Zayas really delivered some heavy shots.
I think, no, he might need a stool. Right now, they got him standing up in the corner. But yeah, here comes the stool, because he needs that stool. I don't know if the Tarts are
There's Josh Taylor still getting warmed up there in the locker room, and Sky Sports' own Andy Scott will be joining us in between this fight and our main event. He's kind of been embedded there with Josh Taylor the entire week to add some perspective, and of course they have a great relationship. He knows him very well and just is a great boxing mind. So we will hear from Andy Scott in between this, our co-main event, and our main event. That's still to come, of course. Teofimo Lopez, Josh Taylor for 12 rounds is up next. Coming out for the last round, these guys touch him up.
Now, I won't say good fight, but I would definitely say hell of a performance from Zayas so far in this fight. Because it's basically been one-sided all fight. Cruz is trying.
Yeah, he is.
He's trying.
Jinx, partner.
So I'll give him that. He's definitely trying. It's just that, it's not a knock against him. Just that Zayas is just on a different level at this point in the fight.
And we've seen other fighters go down from shots like this as he gets a sneaky shot in there on the chin of Zayas.
Yeah, I will give Cruz credit though. He did get dropped in the first round, and he's fought his way. He still kept, he's still in it.
Yeah, he caught him early cold, but since then he's taken a lot of shots and stood his ground. Like body shots like that. I mean, Xander Zayas has landed over 120 body shots.
That's crazy. can barely get a fighter to throw 100 jabs, let alone land 100 body shots.
Let me reel that back for a second. 123 power punches, 60 of those body shots. I stand corrected.
Still amazing though, because the ones we've seen up close by us, they've been very effective. Like that one.
Again.
Now Zayas, he can't overextend. Don't get too greedy. Take your feet with you. Nice shot from Cruz. Line him over with the right hand and caught Zayas with a good right hand.
Five. Stop. Okay, I got you.
70 seconds left in this scheduled 8-rounder. And what has, for the most part, been a pillar-to-post performance for Xander Zayas against a durable, tough Ronald Cruz. Oh, nice shots in with the right hand for Cruz.
Good jab for Zayas.
And he knew that Cruz was going to be tough.
Yeah. But he needed this fight, especially with the long layup. You need fights like this to get that ring rust off. And this is just so you can see where you're at. And I give him a flying. He passed so far with his tests with flying colors. And it's great to see the kid back. But yeah, you need tests like this in your career. You need fights like this. You don't always want those early knockdowns. I mean, yes, they look good, and a win's a win, but sometimes you need some like that that's durable in front of you to really hone your skills and test yourself out.
And that's exactly what Ronald Cruz was, but it was all Xander Zayas tonight on the eve of the Puerto Rican Day Parade in a dominant performance at the theater at Madison Square Garden. Of course, we still got to go to the judges' scorecards and see how they have this one scored. But a solid performance, and all my respect as well to Ronald Cruz. After getting dropped early in the fight, he came back and hung in there tough for another 7 rounds of this one, but got caught with a lot of clean shots. From Zayas.
I mean, looking at Copy Box, he landed 45% of his power shots. Zayas, that is, nearly half of his half of his power punches. So that says it all.
Body work like that he was consistent with throughout the fight. Invested in the body early, shot that uppercut, great combinations, worked off the jab, used the feints.
He threw 311 jabs, so everything started off the jab, and it was a thing of beauty.
Just waiting for Mark Chinook to make his way to the ring, and then we'll get the official decision and I believe an interview with the winner tonight. There is Teofimo Lopez getting warmed up. No gloves on quite yet. If this is a live shot, I'm not sure, but he's coming up next in our main event. Yep, it is indeed. My producer telling me in my ear, Marty Corwin, it is a live look into the locker room of Teofimo Lopez. Oh, a little middle finger to the world. A couple from his dad yesterday at the weigh-in one there. I think that was a way to say, that we're number one.
Yeah, we're number one. We are.
Accidentally stuck up.
You and I are definitely number one tonight. I'm pretty sure those tuning in the sky would agree with that.
They also have the Miguel Cotto Trophy, which I believe it's the second annual award recipient. The winner will be given the Miguel Cotto Trophy to signify the significance, if you will, of this weekend, celebrating the Puerto Rican heritage and culture.
But that's big. That says a lot, though.
I mean, especially when that's your idol, right?
Yeah.
Mark Chinook looks ready to announce the decision. We'll take a couple looks back at the fight. We'll get an interview, and then we'll get ready for our main event. But overall, 622 total punches thrown from Xander Zayas to 358 for Ronald Cruz. Overall landing 27% of his shots, 40% to the body, 45% of his power shots landed. Here's Mark Chinook.
Ladies and gentlemen, here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden, after 8 rounds, we go to the judges' scorecards for the official decision. John McKay, Alan Nace, and Robin Taylor all score the bout 80-71 for your winner by unanimous decision, who this evening also receives the Miguel Cotto Award in honor of the Puerto Rican Day Parade here in New York City. And still, the NABF and NABO Junior Middleweight Champion, Xander Zayas!
Winner tonight by every round, Xander Zayas improving his professional record now to 16-0, 10 as a professional. He's going to be standing by it with ESPN's own Bernardo Osuna. There is the Miguel Cotto Trophy, and a big smile, of course, from the young Puerto Rican. He retains his 2 regional world titles, the NABF and NABO title. And Ronald Cruz exiting the ring, still waving, laughing. Like, I had a good time. I'm glad to be here. And he was tough as nails, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was.
There's Javier Centino with a fractured arm and all. He had his arm in that sling. He said if this guy would take it easy on me on the mitts, on the pads, maybe I wouldn't have broke my arm. We knew we were into something, huh, when we saw that.
And he showed it, though. He showed it tonight against Cruz.
Looks like Bernardo's in position, and he's standing by with Xander Zayas. And we'll take that interview, and then we'll carry on. And happy birthday to Bernardo. Yes, today is also Bernardo's birthday, so happy birthday to... he can't hear us, but
we'll let him know. We'll let him know.
Happy birthday to my friend and colleague, Bernardo Osuna, one of the good guys in boxing, most definitely. It'll be interesting to see some of the matchups, too, for Xander Zayas if he stays at 154. I mean, I can obviously see him continuing to grow and fill out to his frame. I don't know how much longer he's going to stay at 54, but I think that I could see him challenging for a world title there in the next year or two.
Definitely. With that performance, again, he's definitely past being a prospect. You know, he's definitely on his way. Well, he's a contender now, like you mentioned. He's ranked. And, you know, he's ranked in these sanctioning bodies, which put some eligibility for a world title. It's just that now, with more competition, better competition, is going to get him prepared for those, again, because the 154 division is stacked. So with better competition, it's going to better prepare him for those type of fights.
Cruz, welcome to MSG on Puerto Rican Day weekend. Your dream was to fight here on this special day. Talk to me about that first round and how he was able to make it through.
Bernardo, primero que todo, como siempre, en español para toda mi gente de Puerto Rico, toda mi gente que se dio la cita hoy. Wow, un sueño hecho realidad. De verdad que súper emocionado y orgulloso de estar aquí con ustedes hoy. Gracias por todo. Thank you to all my Puerto Rican fans, everybody that came out. It's a dream come true. I'm very, very happy to be here and very excited to be, in the Puerto Rican Day weekend. He was a tough guy. I was hitting with everything, and he didn't want to go down. He was here to fight. Like I told you guys in the fighting meetings, he was motivated. He was a tough test, but we got it done with flying colors, unanimous decision, and we got the adjustments that we needed to do.
You did mention the fact that because he was motivated, he was going to bring out the best in you. What was it that he brought out of Xander Zayas tonight?
The dog in me.
I had to dig deep. I had to stay focused. I had to listen to the corner. And most importantly, have fun, which was the most important part. Everything. I mean, the crowd was cheering for me. So I was trying to stay as focused as possible.
Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well done tonight once again for Xander Sayas, and he said, hey, it made me have to, dig deep tonight, show a little bit of the dog that I've got in me, and he's going to need that. Like you said, it's a great learning
he had
experience
a lot of dog,
for him.
too. He had a lot of dog. You seen him just, that right hand was on point all night.
He knocked,
cruised down the first round.
Yep. And then continued to push forward using the uppercut, investing in the body consistently, throwing good combination punches.
Bad intentions on a lot of those shots. Bad intentions. That right hand on the chin again. Everything starts with the jab, folks. And hands with that right hand. Them power shots. Sneaky uppercuts. Zayas showed a little bit of everything tonight from his arsenal. This kid is sharp. And as we got from the back, we got 3 minutes before Zayas' interview. Oh, I'm sorry.
I appreciate you, Jamel. We will be back in just a moment and be joined by Andy Scott on the other side of this video feature, so stay with us. A beautiful night in New York City. Christina Poncher, Jamel Herring here with you, getting ready for our main event that's coming up next. And we are pleased to be joined by Sky Sports' own Andy Scott. Andy, nice to have you on this side of the pond, if you will.
Let me just say it's an absolute pleasure. Everyone on Sky Sports has enjoyed, Jamel, your commentary and yours as well, Christina. So the pleasure is absolutely mine to be welcomed on this side of the pond and on Top Rank.
I mean, it's been quite a week. You've been here longer than we have, and you've seen all the action, you know, between these two, the talk back and forth. Before we get specifically into Josh Taylor, who I know you're very familiar with, just your sense of how this week has been, which will culminate tonight in our main event between these two guys.
Well, I'll tell you something for free. Nobody told me about the wildfires and the smoke.
Right,
it was like
I know,
a horror
my
movie.
goodness.
I didn't know where I was.
Right, early in the week. That's
the
for
apocalypse.
sure.
Exactly right. The orange skies. It was something quite incredible. But it's built throughout the week. That's the truth. It was a slow start in terms of it was just Team Taylor. Team Teofimo Lopez was off limits for us. So we almost became embedded with Josh Taylor, and that's something that we don't usually do. We kind of got accepted as team members and a part of the extended family, but that gave us great access. And the one thing that I would say is the atmosphere in that camp has been like something I've never experienced. They are so confident, and if there are any question marks about Taylor and his previous performances, particularly the fight against Jack Catterall, which I know we're going to come on to shortly, it's really sort of awoken a beast in Josh Taylor. He feels like his whole resume has been questioned. He feels nights like this against Jose Ramirez, things like that have been forgotten, and I think it's made him a very, very dangerous man.
When we had a chance to speak to him yesterday in the fighter meetings, he said that he truly feels that this has been his best weight cut by far, and also that his best preparation with his new team. Like he's like, I feel as good as I felt, or better than I felt before that Ramirez fight. And you believe that with what you've seen and with the new team and the energy around?
I do believe that, and I'm sure that every fighter says it's been the best camp.
Oh, of course they do.
We all do. Jamel, I'm sure every fighter says it's been the best weight cut I've ever had.
Yeah.
With my own eyes, all I can say is we were allowed exclusive access to his final 2 training sessions, and he was so fluid, so loose, and look, Josh Taylor wouldn't make a great poker player because you know exactly what he's thinking. We were all there for the build-up to Catterall, where it was obvious that he had done the weight very, very badly. There was a documentary that was made by our colleagues at the BBC. They had looked behind the scenes, and it was a terrible weight cut. This time round, it just you know, famous last words of a fool, but he looked like he has made it. Saw with my own eyes, he looked tremendous all week, and I don't think there are lies being told. It's been a good cut, especially like you mentioned with the new team. They seem to have gelled very well. Himself, Declan O'Rourke and Joseph McNally. They've got a doctor and a sports scientist in Dr. Carl Evans from the Liverpool John Moore University, who's been here in camp, and he's monitored every single thing that's gone in his body in terms of calorie intake. It just feels like...
And he needs that. He needs all of that, because look, this is the biggest opportunity in terms of coming over here, fighting at Madison Square Garden, something he's always dreamed of doing. You don't need to hear that from me. Let's hear it from the man himself. Here is Josh Taylor talking about what this moment means to him tonight here in New York City.
Ken Buchanan, the great Scottish champion, died not long ago. I know you were close. How has it affected you?
Made me more determined to sort of make him proud as a tribute to him as well. I'm fighting in a place that he boxed in. I feel quite sad that I never got to go to his funeral because I was in training camp. I'm pretty sure that in the conversations that I had with Ken and stuff as well, that's what he would have told me to do. He would have told me to stay focused, do what you've got to do, and go and win this fight.
Did he ever talk to you about fighting in the Garden?
Yeah, a lot of times, yeah.
What do you think the Garden meant to him?
I think it meant a lot to him. He had a lot of his big fights here, so I think you could call this his home, really. For me, he's the best Scottish fighter ever, and one of the UK's best ever as well.
Do you think you've exceeded him?
No, I would never ever say that. Too much respect for Ken Buchanan.
I know you've thought a lot about fighting here. What do you expect it to be like?
Just amazing. It's ones that I've always dreamed of coming over here, and my uncle was always saying to me and my dad, I'm going to start saving. We're going to Madison Square Garden with this kid. We're going to be going to Madison Square Garden with you, and we're here now. So, yeah, it's a big, it's quite an emotional one for me, because I know he always believed in me.
So obviously a lot on the line for him in terms of history and representing what Ken Buchanan meant to him and what he's done in this building as well. But I want to quickly get to another comment or video of Josh Taylor talking about that Catterall fight. Take a listen.
High energy from Glasgow.
Josh Taylor may go out tonight.
What happened with Catterall?
I made the almost grave mistake of getting complacent and looking past what was beyond Jack Catterall. I started focusing on what was next rather than what was right in front of me, so therefore I never really prepared properly, mentally and physically.
You took a beating in the media and with the fans after that fight.
Yeah.
Did it get to you?
Not really. What did get to me was the abuse side of things online. My wife was getting it. My little sister was getting it. Threats of violence getting put on them.
Does a win here wash that away?
To a certain extent it will, yeah. But there's always going to be keyboard warriors that are going to just say their shit anyway. I've got a chip on my shoulder from last fight, got a point to prove. I've got the hunger, I've got the desire, I've got a big goal and a big target in front of me.
I mean, I'm going to let you take it from here. I mean, what he can get off his back tonight from that last performance, you're only as good as your last fight, right? I mean, that's the saying goes. What does this mean for him tonight and for his career going forward?
Well, I think, unfortunately for Josh, that Jack Catterall result is always going to be there until those two maybe one day meet again. The chances of that happening, I'm not so sure. The only defence I would give to Josh Taylor was that he didn't score the fight. OK, people can pick holes in how he dealt with it, but it was down to 3 scoring judges at ringside. You know, did Josh Taylor box badly, or did Jack Catterall box really well and perhaps he's not getting the credit that he deserves? One thing I would say is he didn't have a good night at the office, Josh Taylor. You know, you don't need me to tell you that. Right. He boxed poorly, he was dropped, and he will want to set the record straight, certainly in terms of performance. He will want to show, like he said in that VT there about the chip on his shoulder, it's lit a fire under him. You know, make no mistake, Josh Taylor wants to come in here tonight, just across the water from T.O.'s hometown of Brooklyn, and he wants to silence everyone in here, and he wants to silence all the doubters online.
I think that's something that Teofimo's looking to do tonight as well. Because
both of them, yeah.
You know, he's not coming off a spectacular performance by any means, and if he didn't have too many doubters before that performance, then maybe with some of the comments that he's made and questions about where he is mentally heading into this fight have both lent itself to some questions. But fortunately for us, we get to sit back and get some answers here in just a few moments. Andy, I appreciate you so much for joining us. I wish you could stay on.
Oh, it's good to see you, my man.
No, both of you, absolute pleasure. You're doing a great job. Long may it continue.
Thank you. I appreciate you, Andy. Here's a little bit more on the two principals in our main event tonight, Josh Taylor and Teofimo Lopez.
Hey, you all right? Maggot.
Do you respect anything about Taylor?
I respect that he signed this contract.
You turned down mandatories before. Why'd you take this one?
It's the only belt I've got left. Teofimo's a big name. Big name. He's a very accomplished fighter at lightweight.
What do you see in Josh Taylor?
A guy that has no heart.
A clown like Teofimo Lopez isn't going to faze me at all. I think he'll leave the game once I give him that much of a beatdown.
You said you wanted to kill him in the ring.
And what comes with boxing in a deadly sport? Death.
I know that what he puts on is a persona. It's the old saying, but the loudest one in the room is the weakest one in the room. Emotions are raw. He's shown how fragile he is.
Bro, do I still have it?
You do, man. You know?
Do I still got it? 3 weeks before the fight against Sandor Martin, I broke my left hand in sparring. So they had to cut a piece of my bone here so that they could put both of them together.
All the guys at 140 are licking their chops because they don't think that they see the St. Lopez that they once saw.
Sandor Martin was just surviving. He was just surviving. I've never really faced a style fighter like that in my life.
So, you still got it?
Yeah, I still got it, man. It never left. It's a mental game of using the bad for your good. And then when you got them, it's like a fish on a hook. And right now, I got Josh Taylor reeling him in.
Self-doubt. He's playing it off as reverse psychology, but I don't think he's as clever as that. He's definitely not that intelligent to be doing that.
Taylor might go out tonight. That left hand cannot miss from counter.
Obviously, my last performance wasn't very good. I started focusing on what was next rather than what was right in front of me. And so I think this one, back to my usual self and back to reminding people why I'm the king at 140.
What's the best thing Josh Taylor does?
He's a counterpuncher, very good at it. So he's very poised on that part.
Where is Josh Taylor most vulnerable?
His left hand, because you can see it coming.
I've had bigger and tougher threats than Teofimo Lopez. He's definitely all over the place mentally. One minute he's talking about being a role model, and then the next sentence he's talking about he wants to take my life. I don't think he's the most stable mental person at the minute.
This is who I am, a guy that's lovable, but man, when it comes to my sport, no questions asked. It's kill or be killed.
I believe you're sincere, but how do you reconcile killing a guy in a ring with Josh?
I'm coming from a place where the same arena that I'm facing at is where I nearly lost my life. Boxing is a deadly sport, and that comes with the territory. There's no right, there's no wrong there.
I think I might knock some sense in him. The self-doubts that he's got will be cemented, and he's not going to have any place to come back from it when I give him a real brutal beating.
You said you wanted to kill him in the ring. Why?
If you're saying people forgot about me, let's see if they forget about me now.
You talk about being a role model.
You gotta have good and bad to balance the world. I'm a beautiful man outside the ring, but oh man, I'm like a devil on horns in the ring.
I've seen how you are before fights for 6 years now. But to me, I always seen you as like you were a sweet kid. Where is that kid?
He's here. He's a kid that's turning into a man.
Taylor calls you mentally fragile, even mentally unstable. Your reaction?
So many people say the same thing. I got used to it by now. And I'm mentally ill, physically ill, crazy. I get crazy a lot.
Always in the lead up to one of your fights. Why are we talking about your state of mind?
I don't know. My life is pretty awesome.
In the lead up to the fight, you said,
I'll tell you like this, man. You know why I say I'd kill this man? It's because I want to die low-key. At least if I die doing what I love.
You want to die?
Yeah, but only in my ring, you know? Can't die outside the ring.
No. You gotta explain yourself. That you're willing to die in the ring. That's what you're trying to say.
It's cool, man. Just ask me the questions.
In the lead up to the fight, you said if they want the black fighters, they can keep them. Why did you say that?
Huh?
Why?
It's just a biased part of what I'm seeing in our field. That's it. Because it just seems like there's certain ones favoritizing others. I believe the commentators that are on the stand of ESPN are a bit biased to certain fighters.
Off the record.
No, it's not off the record.
It's
just off the record.
You can't well, look, you wake up, bro.
I don't think any...
Say that. Don't get into that, bro.
Wait, let me.
Don't fall into this.
I'm not falling into it.
Brothers, talk about the fight.
I'm not talking. I am. I'm talking about
go.
No, then let me let it go.
Yo,
let me let it go.
Hold up.
Let me go.
Hold up.
Hold up. No. There ain't no holding up.
Hey, Junior.
Destroy us.
Junior.
Then let it be. What are you scared of? Let it be. What are you scared of? Stop being a about it and handle it like a man. Handle it like a man. All of y'all, handle it like a man. That right there I've been dealing with for a while. My family is in fear of everything I speak out. You know how frustrating that is?
I think I understand what you've been through to get here.
You have not a clue.
Okay.
Not a clue. You have not a clue.
I know
you have not a clue of what I've seen, what I've gone through, and what I'm continuing to walk through. None of y'all.
I see a kid who went through a lot of shit, growing up a lot, who's carrying his whole family, and I think that the pressure is...
It's not on. No, man, it's not on. Y'all wild. Y'all wild. We built for this.
Well, we are going to see if he's built for this, because the build up to this fight and the quotes and everything that has been said by him has a lot of people thinking that perhaps Teofimo Lopez should not even be stepping into the ring tonight.
I mean,
you're a fighter. You've been through a lot, Jamel, in your life. Inside, out of the ring, on the battlefield, with your personal life, with your family, etc. You, more than anybody, knows how important it is to be mentally prepared. Do you feel tonight confident in the mental fortitude of Teofimo stepping into the ring?
Honestly, I don't know. I mean, you guys.
Well, that's your answer, right? If it's not yes, then you're not confident.
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing, and I think most people would agree with you.
And you and I both. We know
him very well,
and we love the kid. You know, we know the good side of the kid. Lately, we haven't got to see that side of, obviously, because he's battling demons and things of that nature. But overall, you know, outside of boxing, I just wish the best for the kid. But the kid needs to, I think, for the most part.
I mean, he's 25 years old.
Yeah, he needs to make some drastic changes outside the ring, within his corner, in my opinion, and so on. But right now, we can't. It's too late. It's too late for that right now. Obviously, he has a job to do. And we just have to wait and see. I mean, he says one thing, we see another. So hopefully, you know, whatever he's saying is what he really feels in his mind, and not just saying it. And hopefully, he feels that he's back. He feels that, you know, he didn't like his past two performances, and you know, he's back to having fun as he says, and things of that nature. But when you watch those clips, it's hard to agree with him.
I agree. I definitely agree, and I think Josh Taylor sees it too. He said, this guy's all over the place mentally. I'm going to go through there and I'm going to demolish him. It might end early. They had to weigh in first. So let's take a look at the weigh-in footage from yesterday when Teofimo had to strip down on the scale and hit that 140 mark for the third time as a professional at 140. And there is Josh Taylor, who looked really good, in my opinion, on the scale at 140 pounds. So a testament to him and what he says, you know, was a extremely no drama filled weight cut for him, and he wore the kilt, in fact, there to kind of not only pay homage to Ken Buchanan, which we'll see in his whole kit when he walks out, but to kind of, you know, poke at Teofimo Lopez, who's made fun of him for his attire. Let's look at the tail of the tape for our main event tonight, this World Championship fight. Jamel Herring.
Tail of tape, Teofimo Lopez versus Josh Taylor. Teofimo Lopez coming in at 140 to Josh Taylor's 139.8. Josh Taylor having a 2-inch height advantage as well as a 1-inch reach advantage over Lopez for this highly anticipated main event.
This morning on Sky Sports, Josh Taylor saying, you know, maybe this was around noon, I should say, Eastern time, that he was up about 16 pounds from where he was. So I think that, you know, he's probably up another, 5 from there at least. We'll be ready for battle tonight at the Mecca of boxing, albeit in the theater at Madison Square Garden. You're looking at the skyline of beautiful New York City, a place that means a lot to Josh Taylor, where his idol and who he says is the best fighter to ever come out of Scotland, the International Boxing Hall of Famer Ken Buchanan, has headlined many times here in New York City. Josh Taylor's whole kit pays homage to Ken Buchanan. You'll see that during his ring walk, of course, which will be second, as the takeover. Teofimo Lopez tonight is fighting just a stone's throw away from Brooklyn, New York, his hometown, the Statue of Liberty. This place is fitting for a fight of this caliber. Two fighters, one in Teofimo Lopez, who has been a unified world champion undisputed, if you will, depending on how you want to look at the Haney situation, at 135 pounds, and the same with Josh Taylor, who has been the man, the lineal champ, at 140 pounds.
Listen,
these are the fights that boxing needs right here.
Listen, like my man Tom Gray says back over in the course of the pond, the only title that matters is that the lineal title. Of course, yes, undisputed is great. Josh Taylor did that, but more importantly, he's carrying that Ring Magazine title, which means everything to fighters across the globe. I don't care what you say. That's all that matters.
That will be on the line tonight as Josh Taylor also enters this bout for the first time with Joe McNally as his trainer and in his corner. Of course, on the other side, Teofimo Lopez Sr. in his son's corner as he looks to become a 2-division world champion. The fighters are getting ready to make their ring walk now in front of a sold-out theater at Madison Square Garden. Out first, the takeover, Teofimo Lopez. Is the 25-year-old Teofimo Lopez, 18-1 as a pro, 13 KOs. The WBO #1 mandatory challenger, making his way through the crowd here at the theater. Phones out, every seat filled tonight. Teofimo Lopez, even though he is fighting closer to home, as there has been quite a presence for the Tartan Tornado this week and at the weigh-ins yesterday and indeed tonight here in the theater. Think about the last time Teofimo Lopez stepped through these ropes in the theater at Madison Square Garden. It was the only blemish on his record, a losing effort to George Kambosos Jr. Back in the same building now, looking to become a 2-division world champion.
I will say this to you though. When was the last time you seen Teofimo walk first in a fight?
Yeah, probably against Vasily Lomachenko. That might have been the last.
That probably was the last one.
And that wasn't a bubble, and I didn't get to see it myself.
Oh, yeah.
I'm still upset that didn't get the proper audience that it should. Now time for the champion, the Tartan Tornado, Josh Taylor. Josh Taylor, 32 years old, 19-0 as a professional, 13 knockouts. Wearing the kit inspired by his idol, International Boxing Hall of Famer and the undisputed king in the 2-belt era back in 171, King Kenny Buchanan. He had headlined many times here at Madison Square Garden. Josh Taylor wanting to pay homage to him tonight with a kit that is similar to the one that Kenny wore when he fought here at Madison Square Garden. The same style of jacket, the name in white, just like Ken Buchanan. Just a different tartan print, the Taylor tartan. Plaid, and you can hear the crowd now. Many have come here in support of Josh Taylor. Friends, family, of course we saw his wife Danielle this week. And it's all for this moment right here.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome inside the world's most famous arena. We're in the theater here at Madison Square Garden. This is boxing. This is Top Rank, presented by Hall of Fame boxing promoter Mr. Bob Arum. Brought to you this evening by Boost Mobile, Money is Power, by AutoZone, Get in the Zone, by Bud Light, the official beer of celebrations, and by DraftKings Sportsbook. Download the app today. We are sanctioned by the New York State Athletic Commission, Executive Director Kim Sumbler, Director of Boxing Matt Delaglio, your physicians at ringside, Dr. Sherry Belmonte, Dr. Avery Brown, Dr. Richard Chang, Dr. Jennifer Galjou, and Dr. Mike Lenahan. Your timekeepers this evening, Lisa Mendez, Yvonne Williams. Your judges at ringside, Steve Gray, Joe Pasquale, and Benoit Roussel. And the man in charge at the sound of the bell, Mr. Michael Griffin. And now to everyone in attendance here inside the theater at Madison Square Garden. This bout is scheduled for 12 rounds for the WBO and Ring Magazine Junior Welterweight Championships of the World. And as always, this is boxing. This is Top Rank. And oh, baby, this is the main event. Introducing first out of the Bud Light blue corner. He weighed in at 140 pounds. His trunks are blue with white. His record, 18 victories with only 1 defeat. 13 victories coming by way of knockout. He is a 2016 Olympian. He is the former Ring Magazine, Lineal, WBA, IBF, WBO, and WBC franchise lightweight king. He is the current WBO #1 junior welterweight contender from Brooklyn, New York. The takeover, Teofimo Lopez. Introducing out of the red corner. He weighed in at 139.8 pounds. His trunks, tartan. He's a 2012 Olympian. His record, perfect. 19 fights, 19 victories. 13 of those victories coming by way of knockout. In 2021, he became the undisputed champion of the world. Having never tasted defeat, he is still the reigning and defending WBO and Ring Magazine Junior Welterweight Champion of the world. From Preston Pans, Edinburgh, Scotland, the Tartan Tornado, Josh Taylor.
Tio! Josh!
Receive my instructions in the dressing room. Protect yourselves at all times. Touch gloves now, men. We're about to go. God bless you both.
Michael Griffin, the third man in the ring tonight for our main event main event scheduled for 12 rounds in the junior welterweight division, the WBO and Lineal World Championships. The Ring Magazine on the line. Christina Poncher and Jamel Herring here with you from the theater at Madison Square Garden. The energy is palpable.
Yes.
I know you can feel it, Jamel Herring.
Yes.
Guys both are shaking out their legs a little bit.
Look at Josh's face, though. Look at Josh's face.
He is looking directly in the direction of Teofimo Lopez, and now a lot of questions will be answered. The Southpaw Tartan Tornado. Josh Taylor in the tartan trunks taking on the takeover Teofimo Lopez. This is the fourth Southpaw opponent for Teofimo Lopez and the second consecutive. Sandor Martin, who he fought in the big room at Madison Square Garden in December, also Southpaw.
But nice little good two-piece combination from Teofimo Lopez just a moment ago. Hand speed on the display. Nice jab from Taylor. And I see, I like what Taylor's doing right now. He's using lateral movement, and you see Teofimo just put his foot on the outside of Taylor's. They're fighting for that foot battle right now.
Yeah, a lot of times when you have that orthodox versus southpaw matchup, you want to get that lead foot right on the outside to establish that position. You'll see them step on their feet too quite a bit. As it's already happened once here as Teofimo looks to land his right hand. And I will forewarn you, we are sitting close to the blue corner, and you will hear the voice of Teofimo's father quite often in the mic. You'll hear that picked up quite a bit.
Yeah, we will have Junior non-officially commentating for this fight as well.
Might as well be on headset.
Yeah, right.
Good body shot there, gets in. Taylor with the left hand.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
As he turns it on here early in round one.
And that's what Taylor's going to do a lot. He's going to make it rough. That's his thing. Even though he can box, he can make it rough in there and be effective when he wants to. Going back to the jab. Oh, nice jab. Nice jab from Taylor.
Teofimo's only loss in his career was to George Kambosos in this very same building.
Nice little sneaky uppercut from Teofimo Lopez is a moment ago.
Overhand left for Lopez connects as Taylor looks to put some of that body weight and connects to the body a bit of the hold. Michael Griffin quickly mentioning to Taylor to listen to his commands as he moves forward with that lead right hand jab from the southpaw position.
And they said this fight wasn't personal.
Nice body shot there from Taylor.
See a cut on Lopez. I think it's nose. Just the nose though. Good body shot from Taylor. Yeah, you gotta watch those heads too. Southpaw and orthodox, they gotta watch those heads for sure.
Round one in the books here at the theater, Madison Square Garden. For the first time, let's listen to Joe McNally in the corner. And now here's a look at Teofimo Lopez's corner, his father, Teofimo Lopez Sr.
You didn't box like you. You're making it look like an amateur. Just be a little bit more business. Beautiful round. Gonna get him. All right? Let's just keep him out. Beautiful face. Let's figure him out. I got him.
Oh, how I wish we could hear more of the corners versus the music, because you know what these guys are saying to their fighters is so valuable. We'll try our best to bring you some of that natural sound from each corner as we get in between these rounds here. Round two. Teofimo looking to land that right hand to the body.
He be trying a lot. Oh, you see the little fake that he did? Yeah, I don't think he's going to the body, and he came right up top. That was slick. That was slick from Lopez there.
There's a small nick on the bridge of the left side of the nose of Teofimo Lopez from the first round.
Good stab by Taylor with the jab.
Jab to the body.
Another one.
You can see the speed of Teofimo Lopez as he gets baited Taylor in there to that jab.
That's one thing I can't say though. That their speed is not far from leaving them. Is not leaving Teofimo's arsenal anytime soon. I'll give him that. But Josh Taylor right now, he's still sharp. He's focused. He's trying to work that jab more.
Yeah, and he had a good first round.
Yeah. There you go. We're staying with the jab.
Both looking to imply that
counter
feint with the front foot. Oh, a shot got in there.
Yeah.
And Taylor's holding a bit as they get separated. Yeah, it looked like for a second.
It looked like a little buckle. Probably a little bit off balance, but yeah, the shot did get in. That's that orthodox southpaw. The head, yeah, the heads. Gotta watch the heads. Good body shot from Taylor.
That's a
good two-piece combination from Lopez. Nice counter from Lopez.
Taylor looking to answer down low to the body. And land that left hand. Both fighters had a lot of trash talk leading up to this fight and said that, it's not personal, but
it's personal.
I mean, it's almost palpable that the way that these two guys have, the animosity between them that is built and the way they came out from the opening bell. I mean, you didn't expect anything less. Taylor telling us we'll see who ends up in the back of an ambulance at the end of this fight.
I will say this though. If it's not personal amongst the two men, it's definitely personal within their careers, respectfully. Like Josh Taylor feels like people are counting him out after his last fight, and Teofimo feels pretty much just the same.
Yeah, they both have some things they want to put to rest after this fight, considering their respective last performances. Much closer round there, round two.
They both have a chip on their shoulder for sure.
Without a doubt. Let's take a look at an exchange here towards the end of the round.
Nice little lateral movement from Taylor to hop over to his right, land that sneaky shot, and then there's some little trash talking from Taylor.
I mean, why stop now, right?
Yeah, right.
Josh Taylor, when we spoke to him yesterday about Teofimo in this fight, and there's that nice hook. He said, that Teofimo's wild in there, that he loses concentration. He gave him props for his athleticism, his speed, his power. But, I think the key for Josh Taylor, and it's something that Joe spoke about, and Declan as well, is just we need to be aggressive, but clever at the same time. Have educated aggression against Teofimo Lopez. And I think that was a great soundbite.
That's when the ring IQ plays in. You got to be smart in there.
Round 3 scheduled for 12. Christina Poncher and Jamel Herring here on the call. And Teofimo gave a little push
to the ref
there.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
And Michael Griffin's going to need to get a hold of this real quick and get both of these guys focused.
It ain't personal. It ain't personal, though. Oh, Josh is crazy. It's a fight. It's a fight.
Nice sneaky shot there. Lands for Teofimo with a slip. The forward momentum kind of carrying him over there.
Good counter from Lopez.
And you can see that there's a lot coming behind these punches for both guys.
We can
Bad
hear
intentions.
it. We can hear it. We can hear the impact, whether it's an elbow or a glove. We can hear it. Nice left hand from Taylor there. And TFP, he has to watch out for Taylor in those clinches because remember, in the clinch, Josh Taylor got that sneaky uppercut that put Jose Ramirez down, and he almost slipped in a little sneaky uppercut a few moments ago just as well.
And then another shot when it was looking like they were going to break.
Yeah, that's what he does. That half step back and boom, that's how he gets you.
But that's why you have to be alert at all times.
Protect yourself
and
at all
protect
times.
yourself at all times. Oh, good shot there. Gets in for Taylor.
Another one, another counter. A little swelling, I think, coming up under Taylor's right eye, though. I could be wrong, but I see some red.
A little bit red underneath the right eye.
Nice right hand from Teofimo Lopez. Down to the body.
It was under the right eye from a head clash against Jack Catterall. That he was cut as well, but he's had several cuts underneath both eyes throughout the span of his career, hasn't he?
At least he has him under him. I usually get him over.
That's worse.
Right.
Well, some of them are over. I just mean on his eyes in general. I'm not specific to under. Has 10 seconds left in round 3.
Nice counter from Taylor there. Nice combination from Lopez. But watch the heads. Watch the heads. Break him up, please break him up.
And a little dance from Teofimo Lopez as he makes his way to the corner. As we are 3 rounds into our scheduled 12-round World Championship fight. Taking a look at the CompuBox numbers through 3 rounds, Teofimo Lopez has thrown 110, 111 punches now. And landed 28 of those. Josh Taylor has thrown 88 punches and landed 29. So they both landed about the same amount of punches, just more has been thrown for Teofimo Lopez, both landing above 25% as well.
It's a good fight. It's a good fight so far. Almost through the ropes. And here's that little sneaky shot. Yo.
That was for the comment on the kilt, no?
The guy had to be, hold that.
That was for that dig earlier in the week, no.
Don't disrespect the kilt.
Round 4. What are you liking so far from each
I was just about to say, I love how they both come out blazing right at the rip, right? Especially Josh Taylor just came out just as a rip, and then here comes Teofimo Lopez.
He means out the beginning.
Yeah,
Not everyone understands that.
Out the beginning of the round, folks. They just come out strong.
Good left hand landed there for Taylor.
And a counter with a counter hook from Lopez.
And again, double jab Taylor. Some body shot score.
Yeah. The both of them are really aggressive. I'll tell you that. So I can't tell you who's aggressive in this one, but they both have aggression. Little push. That was a push.
Clearly.
Yeah. And Teofimo Lopez going back there into the body. He's definitely been investing a lot with that right hand to the body this fight. So I don't know. Let's see how that plays out. Nice count, nice little hook.
Good hooks there on the break from Teofimo Lopez.